Oh boy, what a mess. Also, this is completely unreadable. It's been so long since I've started, like, a recording with an image. It's so fucking offensively unreadable. What a good use of 10 minutes of my time.
Oh, dear.
If you squint real hard, you can figure out where on the detective timeline all your favorite characters are. Oh, it's bad. Oh, that's real bad. Oh, God.
I will say that it is wild that we were talking just like last week about how Molly's alibi for not having killed the captain was very OJ-esque, and then OJ died.
Way to date the fucking session.
I know.
This reminds me of when I was playing during the fucking pandemic, and the party leaders were joking about being able to claim the rest of the party as dependents to get more money.
Oh no.
Oh.
You know what I just realized? We're missing someone very important from our
Henrietta? I
detective
couldn't find her
force.
image.
Yes. Oh. You couldn't find Henrietta's image?
No.
That's
She
unfortunate.
would be very bottom right, though. Like, to the right of Magnus.
Because she just beat
Yeah.
everyone up, but would never be able to figure out what the Death Note is, yeah. Yeah, that
She
sounds
doesn't
about
know what books are, but she's very good at kicking.
right. Mhm.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I don't know why I've been stressed about this session. Oh, all
'Cause
day
we're gonna
I've been,
find
like, so fucking stressed. I don't know what's
We're
going
gonna
on.
catch you. We're gonna figure it out so quickly. I hope you're ready.
I doubt that.
Yeah.
I have zero optimism in us.
Listen. Listen. A big roll from Frey would have given a lot more information. Oh,
This
instead
whole
you have to do
session
it
is
the
just gonna be
old-fashioned
us
way.
following behind Frey.
Don't worry, I hear somewhere out there there's a really good investigator you can hire. He only takes payment in the form of hard drugs, unfortunately. Oh.
Is this a Sherlock reference? I don't understand.
Yes, but also no.
Which just makes that just makes it more confusing. After many days that felt like months in the city of Fortune East Seoul, you dealt with old dangers from your past, strange new military kerfuffles, and assassination attempts. But allies you gained seemed to pale in comparison to the enemies that you were making, whether they knew it or not. The soldiers of the Blue and their apparent leader knowing about Rowan's existence. The very clandestine portions of Deal knowing about Strieg's existence. Literally anyone knowing about Mira's existence and in turn celebrating. Things were tenuously positive at times and incredibly dangerous at most others. It seemed around every corner things were going from bad to worse. But a few greased palms and a little bit of that Frey magic, and we're thankfully able to get a boat the fuck out of here before the powder keg that you saw coming was able to blow. And on your last day, after trying to say as many goodbyes as you can and wrap up as many loose ends as you can, you ran back into your good friends and compatriots, Molly and Cassie. We're less than enthused to turn right back around and get back on a boat, or at least Cassie was. But one Molly makeover later, hopped on the lovely Crimson Angle, where You spent the next few days at sea. It was a time of safety, relaxation, and happiness for the most part. It wasn't the most comfortable journey any of you have probably ever been on, but a hammock and a crew where nothing could kill you so long as something umbral didn't come from the depths of the Vaunt Sea and swallow you up seemed to be a good compromise from the dangers of the road and dangers of city. Until finally, 4 days into your journey, you were awoken to the sounds of screaming, arguing, fighting, and just a general mess. Eventually, everyone was in agreement that an important lord of innovation for one of the main guilds is not going to be bringing on a group to call out a hit on their now-dead captain. And Frey was trusted to vouch for his companions and hopefully find out who or what happened to the very well-trusted and somewhat beloved Captain Arnott Whitlock of the Crimson Egg. So we pick up with Ulot atop the helm of the ship as First Mate Harrow makes his way back down and a hunt begins to find the now missing pots. Otherwise, I would ask unto all. The wind has picked up a chilly morning here on the Vaunt Sea. No more than a skeleton crew running things while everyone else is close to having blades at each other's throats. Besides the mistrusted Molly and a couple of others, your allies trying to avoid some of the haphazard nature of this, 5 of you are in charge of finding out what has happened. So, Rowan, Stree, Frey, Garrett, and Mira. What do you guys do?
Well, I think step 1 is to maybe help see if we can find the missing pots.
Is everyone on the deck now? I guess except for Potts, who we...
Except for Potts,
That is
everyone
missing.
is accounted for and on the deck right now, yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess we should ask Harrow if we can help look for Potts. I think, like, probably I, like, shove Frey mildly towards him, because I feel like Harrow does not want to hear from any of us.
Okay. Yeah, Frey will say, we can help search the ship for Mr. Potts. Or-
I've already got multiple reports. No one is saying they've seen them anywhere all morning. Just kind of shakes his head.
Oh, there can't be that many places to get tucked away here.
I know. Kind of like grits his teeth. Everyone form up in groups. 4 or 5. We're tearing the ship apart. Find Potts. They may have killed him. May not have. Either way, someone missing now is not what we need.
I assume he will not stop us from all being in a group together.
No.
Cool.
Like, you guys are being vouched by Frey, who is only on this ship because of a favor from someone who is definitely not going to be calling a hit, so...
I think Rohan is probably a little bit like, look, I know we didn't do it, but like, this is very stupid of them. Like, definitely they should be more suspicious of us, and they should be splitting us up and like sticking us with other people. But obviously, I'm not going to say that to them. But like, I'm just like if this is the kind of investigative work that's happening here, then this murderer is definitely going to get away with it.
Frey just pats Rohan on the arm. Just like a settle down.
You don't need to intuit to know that Rowan thinks you guys are fucked.
It's like I think every time Harrow says something, you just see Rohan get more and more like, what the fuck? You're letting us roam around free? Okay, fine, whatever. All right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's time to go look for Potts.
Yep. Okay, so theoretically, was there anywhere inside of the captain's cabin that a body could have been hidden?
I mean, there is theoretically a nice chest of drawers that includes a swing out, armoire style double doors that if there were no shelves or anything in it, a body could be hidden. I don't think Frey did a full investigation of what was going on in the
Has anyone checked in there? Should we maybe suggest that to the first mate that someone check there just in case? Because I'm sure they don't want just random people digging through the captain's stuff.
Well, I think it would be a good idea to take a closer look at that room and the body as is. That what I see is not necessarily the physical.
Yeah, I think if we can, I would like to go look at the body and the crime scene. It would be weird if, I think we should check, but it would be weird if Potts's body was hidden, but the captain's wasn't. But, it would be weird. It's not a good enough reason to rule something out, so.
Maybe there's more to see there as well about the captain himself and what happened. Would that be okay, Mr. Harrow?
Go for it. He is trying to wrangle a lot of angry people who are at each other's throats, and the fact that you guys aren't trying to kill each other essentially has his attention taken away from you. He's like, no, we are not fighting right now. We are going to figure this out. Now start trusting each other, at least in your group for now. And
it's
Freya.
It is very much a mess right now.
It sounds like this is more of a better to ask for forgiveness than permission situation.
Yeah, Frey will say, we will carry on then and see what we can find. And yeah, he's basically just gonna take this as permission to just do their investigation. Poke around everywhere.
Yes, I would like to also specifically go look at the body and stuff. I would like to specifically see, among other things, is there more blood than would come from one corpse?
So you head back into the captain's cabin. All of you are going in? All 5 of you?
Frey would prefer not to go back in there right now.
Fair enough.
I'll go. I'm pretty familiar with bodies.
Yeah.
I will go to check for magic, but I will not be happy about it.
I'll take a look at the body as well, or check the room, see if we can find anything.
Right.
Frey
Who wants to
will-
go first?
Me.
All right. Rowan, so everyone but Frey is going into the captain's cabin.
I guess Freya's gonna go join the search for Mr. Potts.
The one trusted one breaking away from the rest of the group.
Yeah, that
True.
comes back.
We're letting the dogs off the leash. Go find him, boy. Go find him, boys. All right, so Frey, you join the rest of the very chaotic and haphazard crew as they have formed a number of search parties together to make sure that no one is alone. Heading down below deck, you can see where waiting right at the edge and just kind of keeping an eye on everyone is... Sorry, I know I asked who was going first, but then Frey not being there, I'm just gonna keep going. The first mate, who is currently talking to the quartermaster as well, Buckley. And they kind of both turn back to you, and Harrow just... Mr. Frey, what are we expecting from this?
Well, for a start, we're expecting to find some more information, a better picture of what exactly happened, and hopefully Mr. Potts somewhere alive and well.
I won't be very well once the crew gets done with them. And he just motions to the state of things. As they are tossing, they're tossing and shoving crates around all this. Just everything is turning into a huge mess on this merchant vessel right now.
Frey definitely grimaces a little as he sees that chaos.
Otherwise, it is Buckley who then turns to you and just... I'm sorry, your name was... Mr. Frey?
Frey Varrock.
Apologies, Mr. Barak. Need to be having a bit of a conversation. There is no chance that anyone that you brought up was hired by one of the guilds or anything like that. Find these people dead.
Sorry, you're breaking up. I think I got the gist of it though.
Oh, I not over my... I did not. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, and she just kind of gives you that look. We are not in the... We're not good at the politics of Fortuny Soul of Vreeland. But here we are, just worried and afraid. Look at them all. You know for a fact that none of yours could have done this.
Yes, I'm absolutely positive. We came from outside Fortuna Sol. We're only passing through, looking for passage on our way elsewhere.
And none of them had connections. None of them had anything they would benefit from doing a job for some guild.
No, nothing of the sort.
She just shakes her head and... I hope that is true. I've already sent a missive back to your Lord of Innovation, your friend, Mr. Great Durant, letting him know what's happened, so that hopefully he will be able to have someone to assist us with handling this, given, well, we don't really take passengers, and the first time we do in years, the first time the ship sees anyone that's not working, someone's killed.
What of the crew themselves? Did you take on any new crew in Fortuna Sol?
She just kind of shakes her head. Not this time. Sometimes we do, but we avoid new crew in Vreeland for just this reason. Too many guild connections, too much of that bullshit happening. And At that, Harrow nods in agreement. Right. Turn everything here over. I don't care if the... He kind of, like, just grits his teeth. I don't fucking care if we have to destroy half of the goddamned product. Or Ashcombe would understand if it means getting a damned killer off of this ship. And, he also jumps into the fray and begins shoving, you can see where they are. Like, you hear something break. It sounds like something like pottery or something that gets yanked out of a crate that was full of, looks like hay. It just, like, gets yanked out and just shatters against the wall. Like, it is turning into a haphazard destruction.
Frey,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say that, Frey would... I think he would walk around the area a bit, try, caution some of the sailors to maybe look a little more gently, but also as he's going, he's just gonna kind of be like, touching surfaces and just seeing if he picks up anything notable.
Going hunting, huh?
Yep.
I mean, there's no real strong emotions. It's just the feelings of people who are sailors who are working and tired and, this forlorn feeling of missing their families.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not a lot sticking out. But otherwise, we pop on over to the rest of you who are now heading into the captain's quarters. Who's doing it first? Rowan, I believe, have first dibs.
Yes.
All right. You all head in where the body is still slumped over, kind of sideways. You can see, where it looks like a very heavy blow to the temple kind of struck. You can see there's a little bit of blood, not a lot.
Can I tell anything about, what the weapon was? Obviously something big and heavy or whatever, but, is it, round? Or, is it, a pipe? Or...
Give me an int stab.
Sick. Okay. I don't actually have this, but that's fine. It is just cool to roll an int stab.
It was definitely something blunt. Like looking at the wound, there's an indent a little bit where something. There's no slash. It's just the skin was slammed into the skull, and there's a little bit of I mean, are you wanting to cut this guy open to find out, or are you just looking at the wound?
No.
Yeah.
Just
You can see where there's an indent on the skull from where something it hit hard right on the right side of the temple.
Yeah. I feel of the ways to lose our goodwill is probably if somebody walks in and sees me cutting open a corpse.
Just
Probably.
slicing all of the skin off of the face so you can see the skull.
Yeah, that's an L, I think. Okay. Yeah. Does it look like? I mean, I guess two things. Can I tell if it looks like somebody did this and left in a hurry? And also, can I tell if there was more blood than would be in one corpse?
There is not a lot of blood at all. This was blunt force, something hitting into the side of the temple and just boom, knockout immediately. A one-hit knockout blow.
Okay.
Other than that, go ahead and give me a I'm gonna say a int heal to examine the body. See if there's anything else you can see. Does anyone wish to examine the body? To assist Rowan here.
I will help assist.
Yeah, I will also take a look.
All right. I would like you also sell me on a skill that you can assist with.
Well, I have heal as an int 1, so that's probably what I would go with.
Okay.
Either heal.
Okay, yeah, so give me an
I
int
also
heal
have
as well.
notice.
I have a lot of experience murdering people and seeing people murdered in front of me and beaten in front of me.
Yeah, you do. I'd agree with that. Based on that, I would like you to give you can give me a I would say with all of your experience wisdom
Work.
There's a scenario where I'm asking for that, but I don't think this is it. I'm gonna say a wisdom no, just to see if this is like, you know, anything you've come across similarly, or if this looks at all like anything that you may have done in the past. Obviously,
Maybe if
you
somebody
know.
knows how to look for defensive wounds.
When we leave this room, is that a new scene?
No.
Okay.
Oh, you were gonna ask if you were gonna get to reroll?
Yeah.
All right. So, what's Mira doing while these three are poking and prodding at a dead
Well,
body?
I was going to say Mira has probably read some like anatomy books.
Okay, how is that assisting with finding out what happened here?
Like knowing what is wrong.
Okay. In that case, give me a int. Yeah, give me an int. No. See if you've read any books about anything that might be interesting to find out about what's going on here. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I also wanted to do the old look at magic thing. The where is the this? What do you mean? It told me I don't have effort remaining. Do I have
yeah,
to refresh?
yeah, you gotta reset your effort. Yeah, 0 it should say effort spent, not effort available. Or like you would assume that 0 is bad, but 0 means you haven't spent any. So.
That.
And for the rest of the scene, yeah. Remind me after the session to just put the text for that spell into that.
Okay.
All right. There is nothing magical in here. I mean, there's plenty of things that are magical, but they are all just, you know, various things that your friends have and weird auras that show spells being prepared, stuff like that. There's nothing pertaining to the murder of this captain that seems to be magical. But of course, if that changes, you may just need to remind me that you still have that active for the rest of the scene.
Okay.
Can anybody get a sense of whether this person, I mean, like, maybe, I feel like this is something Streak would be good at, or probably Garrett too, like, if this is somebody who knows how to kill, you know? Like, was this somebody who was good at this thing?
With your combined knowledge and investigation, that blow to the temple definitely wasn't enough to kill. And as you guys are kind of like, you know, trying to figure, like, you can't tell exactly what like, it looks like something, like, it obviously wasn't a stab or anything, like, it was something blunt and heavy, but pointed. Like, it doesn't look like a giant flat surface. Like, it couldn't have been more than, like, an inch in diameter, at most, whatever hit the side of the temple there.
So, like a hammer or something?
It would have had to be a real small hammer.
Okay.
But very heavy. But definitely, like, not enough to kill. Like, incapacitate or knock out, probably, but not enough to kill. In the meantime, Mira, through your examinations as the party is, trading ideas back and forth about what may have or may not, like, no, a hammer's too big. That would have fucking, like, that probably wouldn't have broke the skin that same way. You'd probably see something kind of circular or square. Mira, you are the one who notices something else very strange.
Okay.
The way the kind of lips are discolored, and you, like, everyone else is focusing on the temple where the blood is, and you kind of can see the way their eyes are kind of swollen and a little puffed out and discolored. It looks like the captain was strangulated, maybe?
Is there anything on his neck?
Nope. Actually, let me see here. There are some scratch marks. Like, they don't look deep. Like, they just look like red scratch marks.
So he doesn't otherwise show signs of being strangled,
No.
besides the scratches.
Correct?
Okay, I have a Okay, above the table. Okay. One of the most horrifying things I've ever heard is that, like, I assume this is apocryphal and not real, but apparently there's this, like, old Russian spy way of killing people, which is that you, like, stuff snow down their throat, like, you pack in the snow, and then they suffocate to death, but by the time anybody finds the body, they've, like, the like, snow melts. So I'm trying to think if there's something that could have, because I'm guessing the scratches on his neck might be that he was trying to make himself be able to breathe again. I'm trying to think, is there something that could have suffocated him that maybe, I mean, I guess maybe there is still sign of it, but assuming I look down his throat and there is no sign of something suffocating him, like, I don't know, is there any sign of,
Well, if there's scratches on his throat, there's a good chance that something like a garrote was used.
No, like, it looks like
instead.
fingernail scratches.
Oh.
yeah, I'm guessing that's
Okay,
him.
yeah, like that would be like
Can
him
we tell
grabbing
if,
on his
like-
neck. Yeah.
Yeah, can we tell if we look at his fingernails, if it looks like he was scratching at his own throat?
Based on where they are and everything, it does look like it. Yeah.
Okay. Can I look in his throat and see if there's any sign of something that was used to suffocate him?
Yeah. Give me a int notice as you prop this body sitting up and then the head back so you can look down the throat.
Yeah.
You notice he has a couple of very rotted out teeth that need to be removed. One of them on the left-hand side on the bottom looks like a molar is already gold. Otherwise, you can see... Wow, that's an insane roll. Fucking Christ, natural fucking 11. That's ridiculous. You can see that it looks like there's something that's kind of like... You kind of like smell a little bit, and it smells like food. Like, yeah, like it looks like whatever, like you know, like you can smell it. The fish stew that they were making last night, it smells like.
Is there food in here? Like, is there like a bowl of fish stew or something? Like, it seems
Yeah,
unlikely.
as I described last session, there is a plate and a bowl that fell to the side of the, like, up against the wall,
Right.
along with the silverware.
Interesting. Okay. I'm trying to think of... Is it more likely that he choked on the fish stew? Or is it... I mean, like, obviously somebody having made him. Or is it more likely that there was something in the fish stew. Can we check the stew and see if there's any sign of, I don't know, poison or anything?
I mean, it's not on the, like, how do you check it for poison in this case?
Taste
Who
some.
wants to try it? Yeah.
No.
Is anyone here an expert in poisoning?
No.
Would
No.
I have used poison at any point, maybe?
No.
Damn, it was worth a shot.
Sorry, I think you and I both already knew the answer to that question. Shriek is not
Yeah.
a poisoner.
Yeah, I
would
know.
I would not be an expert at poison, and
Yeah,
would
no.
very unlikely to use poison because poison probably wouldn't work on the Umbrii, and you don't want to poison anything that you're hunting for food. So, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really like an expert killer.
Why is the combat music playing?
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab some of the stew and just like, I don't know, put it
I
in
mean, it was a bowl that fell off. It is on the ground.
Sure,
so, like,
like,
the stew
I
is
mean, I will
sitting
get
in a
some from
corner.
the
Yeah.
ground, I
Alright.
guess. But like, yeah, I'll put it in like a vial or something. I don't know, like some kind of jar if I can find something.
It looks like it's
to
been
just,
seeping into the wood for a while, so there's not a lot left.
Ugh, okay,
Yeah,
gross.
you're like essentially squeezing it out of like a a slice of a fish fillet.
Give some of the food to either Nyx or Reed. See if they die. I'm kidding. We don't actually want to do that.
If I die, somebody save me. I eat some.
Oh God.
God.
Okay, you are eating some of the
Yes.
food. All right, this cold, sitting on the floor, just disgusting, just
Yeah.
fish fillet.
It's a good thing Frey's not here to see you eat that.
Yeah. I feel like psychologically, Rohan is trying to dissociate so that he can like not just throw this back up immediately. I think Rohan is just like, okay, this is stupid. Like, I'm not gonna like, I don't know, what are we gonna do? Like, there's poison here in this stew, and we're just gonna like walk around trying to see if there's somebody who's willing to try the poison. Like, fuck it. Like, there is a way to get this information, and it's in front of us. I'm not gonna deal with this bullshit. So, yeah, I'm gonna eat some. I trust Garrett or somebody to save me.
Okay. It tastes like cold, soggy fish. It's kind of gross.
Okay.
What are
and
the
there's no like.
chances that he actually choked on just like his food and died?
Well, I mean, there is a giant like hammer blow in his head or whatever. So, if that's what
That
happened,
too.
then somebody came in and got real pissed that he died, and then
Okay.
took it out on his corpse.
Can I look around for anything that would be like square or circle shaped, like you said?
Yeah, something heavy but slightly pointed. Go ahead and give me a int notice.
Mira also would have, shared what she intuited.
You spend there's nothing that really seems to fit that like someone could swing at someone like that in here. Like, there's nothing that's that heavy but comes to a point that can be used as a weapon or anything.
Can I think of anything that would look like that?
Not off the top of your head, really. Like, there's nothing obvious that like comes to mind. Like, maybe like a really heavy like broom handle that someone like stabbed really hard into his head. But even that, like, it would be kind of a thin broom handle.
But it would be like the pointy end of the broom handle. Like,
yeah, no, he
it's
wasn't
not like-
stabbed with the broom.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean like it's not like they hit him like a baseball bat.
No,
You're
no,
saying
it would be like
was the end
stabbed
of
with
it.
a broom handle.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, is like the closest thing you can think of, though.
Maybe a dumb question, but like, based on the blood, because you said there wasn't that much.
No.
Based on the blood, does it look like it did happen here? Like he was killed here?
I mean, yeah, you didn't see like the
There's
body
not, like,
is
tracks
slumped
coming in or
over. Like he's slumped over to the side of his desk, on his side. There's no blood anywhere else, and there's not that much of it.
Okay. This is like a study or like a bedroom or something, right? Like, these are
This is both his bedroom, is his quarters, his bedroom and his office.
Okay. I'm truly the only thing I'm thinking of is, hold on, I gotta find what are the things called? Okay, this thing. Hold on, sorry, I had to Google a picture. I'm thinking of those things.
A
Because-
ship's wheel.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like the like spokes or whatever on it,
Okay.
the handles, because also Potts is a helms person, right? So they're also missing. I could see maybe them having had charge of the wheel at the time or something. But I mean, it sounds like it was here, which obviously the wheel is not in here. So,
That would be wild.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to think like maybe it was done somewhere else and then the body was brought in here. But
Yeah, you don't see any evidence of the body being moved, and also, you know, there were almost a dozen people at Night Crew that would have seen something at that point.
Yeah.
Is there like a fireplace in here?
There is not.
I was thinking like a poker. But
Yeah.
do they have like what is it called? Like a gaff? That's probably not. That has a hook. It doesn't have a point.
Yes, that has a hook. As I said, there's no obvious weapons or anything that come to mind that would have been able to do this. Like,
Is there a window in here? Because Molly had
yeah,
a very
there's a
expensive-
big set of windows on the back, like a double set that open inward.
Are they?
Or, I'm sorry, open outward. They are closed.
Okay. Do they close? They would close from the inside, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they lock from the inside, but they swing outward.
Right. Okay. Do they open out onto like directly onto the water?
Yeah.
Or is
yeah.
there like a deck?
It's out onto the water.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, which makes sense because that's what Molly was saying about how she would stuff limbs through the porthole or whatever. So, okay. I feel like we're not getting more information. I assume I have not dropped dead yet from this fish stew, so I'm guessing it's not poison. I still think that probably something like it was used to suffocate him in some way, but
I mean, you are starting to like you are starting to get like a scratchy throat.
really,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I tell the others that. Okay.
Should we make you throw up?
Can if like somebody looks at my throat, like obviously I can't look at my own throat, but if somebody looks at my throat, does it look like I don't know, can we tell if it's like yeah, like does it seem like I'm getting like I'm having an allergic reaction or something, or does it seem like I'm
I'll take a look down his throat.
Yeah.
All right. Give me an int. Give me an int heal, Garrett. See if anything looks odd.
I am mad consistent with these 6s.
I mean, it looks a
does
little
that-
red. Like, it's kind of awkward. Like, you've got to, like, hold a lantern to, like, see down it at, like, a specific angle. But, yeah, no, it...
These light.
We gotta talk to Sophie Bell.
Yeah, let's go talk to Sophie Bell.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some of the, I don't know, like, however much I can of whatever stew is remaining here, but, you know, assuming that nobody else is gonna eat it anyway, and I'm not eating anymore, so I think we probably have the
a little bit
information.
left in the bowl.
Yeah, exactly. But
Maybe we should have just brought those to her to begin with.
no, because then if it was just stew, then we're gonna look like idiots. I would rather die than look like an idiot.
And there it is. That's gonna go on Rowan's headstone.
Absolutely.
Pretty on point.
All right.
That's pretty on point.
So while you guys were finishing up your investigation, I imagine that took probably the better part of an hour going through everything meticulously, the time in discussing, getting ideas, going through everything with the body. And during that time, Frey, spending some time with the quartermaster and first mate, you watch the crew tear apart everything except for the chests that were too small, thankfully, to hide a body in.
All right.
There is no hide nor hair of your missing crewman.
All right. Frey, I think so this has mostly been like down in like the hold.
Down to, like, you know, where all of the first level, where all of the mercantile goods are, and then below that where the galley is and things like that, and then the final deck where all of you were sleeping and things like that.
Okay. I think Frey would like to he would ask someone if they can show him to where Mr. Potts normally slept.
Yeah, not a problem. Someone can take you to Potts's. I almost said bed, but Potts's hammock.
All right. So Frey, I think, would want to like poke around his their belongings.
It is locked, so one of the crewmen comes up and uses just the butt of a hammer, or like a big like sledgehammer. Just use the butt of it and just slams it a couple of times, just and it doesn't go. And then they come back and they do a golf swing with the other end of the sledgehammer and just into it and shatter the lock completely.
I don't suppose anybody had a spare key.
No, well, we have a spare. That's what else could break in.
Of course. But yeah, Frey will open up the chest and see what Mr. Potts had with them.
So it looks like there were 3 changes of clothes. 2 of them already dirty, 1 of them clean. A small coin purse with about, looks like 8 silver and about 50 copper in it.
Okay.
Beyond that, a small journal with some, looks like charcoal etchings in it, of various people. No one you recognize from the crew. Looks like, you can see there's someone who, it looks like, is sitting on a bench on the docks, or on a dock. Seems like you can't make out that much detail. Just looks like, you know, etchings of people in the city.
Okay. And going through all of this, Frey, I assume he doesn't pick up anything out of the ordinary.
No. It seems like someone who had a hobby of drawing and liked clean clothes, at least relatively.
All right. So he'll put everything back the way he found it. What?
Put everything back after they smashed the chest open.
What else is he gonna do with it? He's not gonna steal this probably dead person's money.
Better than stealing a living person's money. What? They're not gonna use it for dead.
So I think after that he is going to.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, there is one other thing in
Oh.
there.
Okay.
It looks like there are about a dozen pairs of socks.
Is there anything
Thanks.
in the socks?
No, it just looks like about a dozen pairs of socks, and as you're, like, going through and checking, you do hear a couple of crew members just cursing out, "Motherfucker, I knew it."
Ray raises an eyebrow at that, and what exactly did you know?
I knew. All fucking, and, just kind of stands up and, like, crosses his arms, like, walks up to you. I fucking knew that Potts has been stealing my socks at night.
These are your socks.
I use them on right there. I went to bed in them the other night. Woke up in the morning. He motions to the guy next to him. Oh, you see Dove here? Mr. Dove said, "No, you just went to bed without your socks and lost them because you were drunk." Well, I was drunk, but I knew I went to bed in my fucking socks because it's cold as shit. But here they are.
Are Whitlock socks there?
Can Ray tell if he's lying?
Give me a wisdom and do it.
Okay.
From what you are seeing, this is the righteous fury of a man who has lost his socks in a cold journey at sea.
Frey will put the socks back where he found them and say, oh, well, the lock is broken now, so I suppose you can reclaim
yeah, you
your
know
socks.
what? Use a community socks now! And a few other people start cheering, and then they start shoving you out of the way and going to grab socks.
Frey just looks a little tired.
You can see behind you the quartermaster putting her head in her palm and just shaking her head. And you then hear the jingling of coin falling to the ground.
Did somebody drop the money?
Yeah, and then it is all pilfered very quickly.
Of course. Okay. So, sorry. Did we find out was Potts part of the night crew?
Let's consult the roster.
I don't believe Potts was. Let me double
no.
check. Potts was not part of the night crew.
Okay.
No, they were an apprentice helmsman during the day.
My
Okay.
theory right now is that they were trying to steal Whitlock's socks, and they walked in on a murder, and they got disappeared for it. Is what I'm thinking, but who knows?
So I think Frey would ask around a bit to see, if someone can tell him, like, when they last saw Potts.
Alright, let me go ahead and see what the sleeping arrangements were. Who else would have been sleeping next to Potts? So, give me a Charisma Connect.
Okay.
Let's see who you can find that's willing to talk about, see how much information you can get about Potts' whereabouts. Of course, because this is Frey, it's a lot. You talk to multiple people over the course of the next little while, and essentially are able to reconstruct that, Potts had a normal day, mostly at the helm. When the captain was up there, and the captain was even trusting them to kind of handle the helm while he was working on some paperwork in the evening. After that, otherwise, Potts was having a conversation with the captain. They both went down to eat, or to get their meals kind of early, because they were discussing something about the helm, and then after that, went to bed. Or stayed on the helm for a little while longer, and then Potts went to bed.
Okay. Do they know, like, around what time Potts went to bed?
It would have been after sundown. Like, it was after the night crew had already started. Apparently, the last thing was Potts was discussing something with the, I love having a giant roster that I have to navigate through. With, Gentry, the main helmsman. The night helmsman, that is, was discussing something with him before going to bed, and that would have been, you know, after Gentry was, you know, awake and all that. But, after that, Potts headed to bed and got up maybe 10 minutes later, saying something about, having to take a piss, and that was the last anyone ever saw of him. They never came back to bed after that.
Okay, so he went to bed around, like...
A little bit like
after
10-ish,
sun?
yeah.
Okay, 10-ish,
yeah,
okay.
like, you know, just to give you a number, it would have been like 9 or 10-ish. It was after sunset.
Okay.
Yeah, Potts headed to bed, got up a little, like, 10 minutes later, mentioned going pissing, and yeah.
Okay, and I think Frey, just to cover his bases, will go and find Gentry and ask what they had talked about.
Oh, so from what I've gathered, you know, Potts, they were intent on being the night helmsman, moving me to days, which fine with me. And they were just asking what the differences were. I just mentioned, you know, don't have Harrow or Buckley or Whitlock out here. I mean, even our boatswain's not often up at night. So, AOA, I mean, helmsman's kind of in charge at night. Like I was, you know, telling everybody already, I didn't see nobody go into the captain's cabin last night after I took the helm.
Of course, of course. Did you see when the captain went into his quarters?
Yeah, about, I think myself and the Captain Whitlock, we spent a little while talking about, and kind of motions towards, Miss Thompson. She cracked her, spyglass. We were talking about, if we should give her a new one or make her use the shite one for the next few days, keep an eye on the horizon. Captain Whitlock always was a softie, but, from what I gather, you know, haze her a couple days and give her a new one when we got to port. And just kind of shakes his head. Like I said, I mean, I asked her, and she didn't see nobody go into the captain's cabin. I don't think anyone went in there last night after he went to bed. He went. Come to think of it, he went to bed a little earlier than usual. Grabbed food. We were all getting ready to, you know, I guess everyone else was. I mean, I was gonna be up here, but most of the people were getting ready to head down to the mess hall for dinner. He headed down and was eating early in his cabin. Still had some paperwork, something that Buckley had sent him to do. Needed to fill it out for the manifest confirmation. Something about that.
All right. So he retired a little before dinner time.
I mean, it was a late one last night. It often is. I mean, Molly likes to make sure that everyone has a chance to eat kind of together, and I think the captain liked that too. And you can see, like, he's sweating a little bit, and he, like, wipes his forehead, and... Fuck. Yeah, I mean, you know. He shakes his head. I
Is
think the
he
captain
sweating
liked it.
because he seems nervous?
I give me a wisdom into it.
Okay.
One
No,
of
cat,
60
cat.
today. Give me a wisdom into it. It's something you can't ever roll good on. He mostly just like... He just seems like kind of broken up, like he lost a good friend. At
Okay.
least from what you can tell.
All right.
I just, you know... I think the captain liked that people kind of, you know, got a chance to intermingle. I know I was on a ship once, the night crew fucking despised the day crew. Said they didn't do shit and left it all for them. So I don't think it's a bad idea, honestly. Whitelock was, captain was like a big brother to me or something. I fight between that and a dad sometimes, even though I got, what, maybe 10 years younger than him? 15 maybe? Fuck me. Wasn't that old. He didn't deserve that.
We'll figure out what happened to him. Make sure justice is had. He sounds like he
yeah.
was good for the ship, good for the crew. That sort of mindset.
He just gives like this almost knowing nod at that, and you can see like his mind is elsewhere. From what you can tell, he just seems a little distracted.
Well, I will leave you to it then, but, well, if anything else comes to mind, well, you know where to find me. I won't be
Of
far.
course. And he gives another nod and heads back to his established group of 4. And at this point, you feel a tap on your shoulder. The first mate just... What the fuck do we do now? Port Said has to be what? Fucking... They ain't here. They just not here.
Well, if he's not here, then... Oh, stands to reason, then he's... not on the ship.
There's a momentary silence as that just kind of echoes, and people be like, the idea that there have been 2 murders in the night starts to like, you know, you were the first person to really say it. Everyone else was like skirting around it, and it just kind of starts to simmer. And with it, the distrust begins to boil up again.
Oh no. Freya lowers his voice. I think the next thing to do is to figure out who the captain was speaking to. It seems, according to the helmsman there, it seems that he retired earlier than usual last night.
At that point, the quartermaster just kind of buckly, yes, I sent him, we were going over the manifest, making sure that everything was approved. We did rush out of there, given the extended repairs that we had done. She just kind of gives a nod. We did not exactly have everything written down when we left. We part of our favor with Mr. Bright Durant taking you on is he was letting us leave a little early without needing to confirm all of it. She gives a little bit of a nod. And,
I see.
with that, real quick, as we go to switch back, we are going to take a quick break. Alrighty, so that brings us back here in the endless and horrifying dwelling of the day. What's the gang that tries to eat poison doing while Frey is doing investigative work?
We were going to see the doctor.
I
Yeah.
would like to go see Sophie Bell.
All right, you head down to the. I guess they would be on the second deck again. Where all of the they were trying to reorganize all of the tossed and destroyed goods that they're going to be selling and returning back to Vicanian territory. And you head down there where Miss Bell is also assisting, and the first mate, who is currently with the quartermaster and Frey talking, just kind of like turns to you, and he heads up to you first and just, any news? Have we found what has happened?
Well, it looks like the captain may have, instead of just having been hit over the head, it looks like he may have either choked on something or may have been poisoned. In a rash decision, it appears that one of my compatriots here has decided to ingest part of the captain's last meal to check for poisons. Unfortunately, we're not particularly well trained in the medical arts. Hopefully, you can help us out here, and I will point at and gesture Rohan forward, basically.
I'm sorry, you... like, he's staring at Rowan, like, eyes wide, but, like, brow narrowed. You believe that our captain was poisoned, and you're... We do not have any sort of anything to counteract poisons aboard the ship, as far as I know.
Look, the easiest way to know if somebody was poisoned is to eat the poison. So I did that. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
And what if you die?
You know, we're all gonna die eventually. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just, where's Sophie Bell?
Mira looks worried.
What's Frey's reaction to that?
Oh, it's right here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is Frey Woman having the conversation with the other two.
I think we've
when this
like come
happened.
to where
Yeah.
Frey has been this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Frey's eyes definitely widen upon hearing this, and he just blurts out, "Excuse me, you did what?"
I think what you guys all see on Rohan's face is like Rohan is having the time of his life. Rohan is like, I'm
That's the
solving a
biggest
murder
shit
mystery.
eating
You
grin.
guys are so concerned about me eating poison. Like, you guys don't have your priorities straight. We're in a murder mystery right now, guys. Come on, get your head in the game. Like, what I'm not gonna do is sit here and be like, all right, well, when is our CSI unit gonna like get us our tests back or whatever? Like, come on, there's a murderer loose. Everybody, get your head in the game. I'm not saying any of this, but I think you can see that I'm like, you guys are a lot more worried about this than I am.
Yeah, and I'm hearing all of it in your head.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I think I'm just like, look, I would like to see Sophie Bell. It's not because I think she can save me. I just want to know if she might have any insights into what kind of poison I've just ingested and what might have happened to the captain. So If you can point me in her direction.
I could probably make him throw up, I think.
Not until after we find out what the poison I ate was.
How's your throat
The
feeling?
first
right,
mate
Why does
just
it have to be after?
right now.
the first mate just bellows, "Miss Bell, we need you!" And she kind of like comes over and just kind of like gives this look of just a mixture of confusion and worry, like she might have just been accused of murder.
Everything's fine. I think I might have eaten some poison. Would you like to take a look and see if
Sorry,
I did?
what?
Look, your concern is appreciated, but unnecessary.
I
think your
first
captain
fucking
might have
think
been
about
poisoned.
poisons.
That's fine. Just can you look at my throat and tell me if this is normal?
I'm a ship's doctor. I can fix a broken limb and, you know, splint it. I know how to stitch
Okay, so
someone. I
so
don't know
you
what the
can't
fuck
tell
the
if my
inside
throat
of a
is
throat
normal.
looks like.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. Fine. Okay. Well, then what the fuck did I eat the poison for? Fine. Okay, fine. I think Garrett probably is here and growing like, fucking have to do everything myself. Like, the doctor doesn't know how to doctor on the ship. God damn it. Okay. Do I feel worse than I did a little while ago?
Yeah, your throat's getting more scratchy and, like, itchy and dry.
Okay.
Okay. What would you do if someone was complaining about having an itchy, scratchy, dry throat?
I couldn't tell if that was in character or not.
That's in character. I'm asking the doctor.
I don't, tell them to drink more water?
Okay.
What if
Send them
do
to
we
a
know about
chemist?
allergic reactions in this time period?
Yeah, the idea of someone being allergic to something, I don't think it would be phrased like that, but like...
Okay. How would you treat if someone had an allergic reaction?
I don't know!
You don't know. Okay.
I'm a fucking ship's doctor!
I mean, it could be the poison just triggers some form of anaphylaxis.
Okay, let me try. Let me
in medicine.
Okay, let me approach this from a different direction. Let's say somebody on the ship has poison that they used on the captain. Who might that be, and or where might they have gotten it? Because clearly you don't have access to poison. You seem very confused at how.
Very
what poison is
anti-poison, you might say.
You seem almost flabbergasted at what poison even is. So I'm assuming it's not you. Who might have poison here?
At this point, the first mate, Harrow, once again, none of these people came from Vrayland initially. No one here would have... We didn't bring anyone new aboard. If anyone brought poison, they would have had to bring it with... They would have had to... Everyone had shore time. We were off the fucking ship for weeks. Everyone had time. Anyone could have.
How consistent is your crew? Aside from us, are there a lot of new crew members? Do you have a
No,
lot
they
of...
there's
never
mentioned that
take
they haven't
on
brought anyone
new
new.
crew.
Yeah.
Sometimes we switch out one or two, but again, never in Vrayland because of shit like this.
Okay.
So everyone who's been on this ship's been on for a while.
He
Yes,
said as much, yes.
the newest would be... He kind of thinks for a moment while I double check the, to see if I mentioned who would the newest one be. Probably Miss Pratt?
Okay.
She's just a deckhand, a little more than a cabin girl. She's been on for 3 or 4 months now, from Alicia.
Okay. Can you? Okay. is
No, let me rephrase. 5 or 6 months now from Alice here.
sorry, I just saw the note of food poisoning on Rohan. Okay. Okay, okay, I remember.
What the
I
fuck?
turned to.
I just tabbed over to the document for the first time. It looks like a fucking murder board. You guys are insane.
It is a murder board. What are you talking about?
Oh,
That's exactly what it is.
oh my
Okay.
god.
I do turn to Dr. Bell again. I remember that you gave Garrett here some kind of home remedy for the salt water that he drank. You were trying to give Cassie some remedy for her seasickness.
Yes, things that we encounter.
Yes, I understand. My question was, what kinds of like plants or herbs or whatever do you use in that? Is there like, do you have an apothecary chest or something somewhere?
No, I have a few herbs here that, and she just kind of like produces a small pouch that has a couple of little drawstring bags in it that are already kind of crushed up that I buy that are recommended to me for these things.
Okay,
I
so
couldn't even tell
there's
you what they
nothing-
are off the top of my head.
Great, that's what we like to hear, but that's fine. Okay, my question. I want to be clear. I don't think you did this. I'm not accusing you of anything. I just wanted to know if you might have herbs or something stored somewhere that somebody might have, broken into and maybe used more of than was recommended or something on the captain or whatever. But
No,
it sounds like you carry them all on you. And it's a
Yes,
pretty
because we
small
don't have that much. Most of my job is for when these fucking idiots, and she turns back to them, fall over and, get a splinter and they need it cut out, or they slice themselves on something. Do you know
that's fine.
the most common thing I deal with is people who don't know how to eat with a fucking fork and knife, and they cut their hands because they're not used to be eating on a ship when they're new to the ship. That's about the most
Dr.
common
Bell?
thing.
Dr. Bell, I definitely appreciate that. I understand that this is above your pay grade, but also, 2 people are dead, or at least 1 person is dead. It sounds like maybe 2 people are dead. So, today, your job is going to include also murder. So, we're all learning on the job here, all right? Okay. Anyway, I'm not accusing you of anything or anybody here of anything, but putting our heads together here, all right? It seems like somebody poisoned the captain. So somebody on here, assuming that is true, has poison. Now, assuming that is true, is there somebody who might have some substance they could use as poison without it immediately reading as poison? For example, obviously you don't, but if there were a doctor or something on shore, that person might have drugs or herbs or something that they could use as poison. But if somebody were to catch them with those herbs, they wouldn't necessarily be like, this person's trying to poison people. They would be like, well, that person's a doctor, so they probably have reasons for that. Is there anyone on the ship with the job where they might have access to substances that if you were to eat a lot of it, you might die? But that the fact that they have those substances doesn't inherently mean that they are a murderer.
At this point, Harrow puts his hand on your shoulder, just like he's giving you like, all right, let's bring it back a bit.
How about a better question? Who served the captain his food last night?
Great question. Great.
Much better question.
Good question. I admit it. That's fine. I think Garrett is just. I think Garrett is here at Grow and just think like, I'm the one who got poisoned, and these guys won't like. I think I feel right now like Chester felt about me not arguing back.
For the record, Mira looks very concerned and pretty confused. She's like kind of halfway sidling towards Rohan. Like, should I make him throw up now, or?
I mean, if it's already in him and affecting him, it wouldn't hurt to throw up. Yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt. To throw
Sure.
up.
It sounds like nobody here is gonna have any information from me not throwing up, so fine.
I'm this was all assuming that like the Heimlich technique exists, by the way.
Oh, but the Heimlich technique doesn't make you throw up.
You can stick your finger down your throat or something. Like, obviously, there's ways to throw up.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
wasn't discovered until like the 70s. That's
Oh,
definitely not
well.
a thing people
Yeah.
know.
No, I will.
Just
I will
listen.
You could punch him in the stomach really hard.
how about we call that Plan B? I'm gonna go over to the side of the ship and stick my
Start
finger down
drinking
my
some
throat
seawater.
until I throw up.
You need some sailor spit.
Listen,
No, thank
I'll just rub your back like in Pokemon, and it'll be all better.
And Rowan will
Rub a
teach you how
boat,
to,
it'll
and then
work.
Rowan will teach you how to cut a bitch.
Have some more of that. Have some more of that nasty fish fillet. Eventually, you'll just throw up just from eating that.
So, anyway, Rowan's insane.
This is the
Monologue
most character bleed I've
notwithstanding.
ever had. I think, like, I cannot explain how frustrating it is for to have like to have had the balls and brains to eat poison so that we could figure out what the poison was, and for nobody on the ship to be like, "Hey, we have a live subject who's getting poisoned as we speak." That's useful information.
Well, how is it useful information when no one knows anything about poison?
On a
Well,
random
that's my point.
merchant
That's what
ship.
I'm saying.
We're on a random merchant ship. We don't have access to super scholarly people.
Well, but like, even outside of people not knowing about poison, the fact that everybody else is more concerned than I am is so frustrating. Just
I
like,
feel like.
What do you mean? It's poison!
Yeah.
it'll be fine.
Okay, Frey is definitely getting the impression of Rohan over this and some other things, and I don't know if this is like maybe your out of character tone coming through, but that Rohan is very detached
From his own
From-
mortality?
from like emotional reactions to things. Like he just seems very, very unconcerned about a lot of things.
I mean, yeah, Rohan isn't like. Rohan is like the mad scientist who experiments on himself. You know, like
This is the man.
he's a nerd, and like the idea of like, but you might die is like, that's fine. Like, look. I could die tomorrow. Like the way I live my life, I could die any one of these days. Like,
I might die, but at least I'll have the data from that.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Like,
I
But if
definitely
you die,
see
you
that.
won't!
Even with the when they were walking to the ship and Rohan was telling them the undetailed version of what his attempt to kill Kristoff went down. Like, was that meant to come across as kind of like, you know, detached and blasé as it sounded?
Oh yeah, first I tried to stab the guy, and then eventually I just kind of like went ham on his neck with a greatsword. Well, I mean, I tried shooting him.
He's
and it's
probably
like,
dead, but it's still burning. I don't know.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
laughed.
But basically, I'm just trying to understand what.
I think it was
if Frey's reaction that I'm forming in my head is totally related to in-character stuff, or something like, you know, the out-of-character laughing tone is influencing things. That's kind of what I'm wondering.
yeah, I think that like killing Kristoff, Rohan was like uncomfortable, but I think the tone was meant to like. I think Rohan's view is definitely like things are problems to be solved, and then beyond that, like the emotions we can deal with later. And so I think for him, like the like detachedness was probably honestly more like, I did all this bullshit and I still don't know if he's dead or not, is like probably his like kind of annoyance and distress about that. Like, I think he's upset about how horrible killing Kristoff was, but it's more like, I had to do all, like, I made myself do all that shit, and I don't know if I solved the problem or not, you know? More than, like, just, like, oh my god, this was so bad or whatever. It was just kind of like, okay, I guess this is what today is like, you know? So I think this is also what I think Rowan is just kind of like, look, I think Rowan believes in fuck around and find out, and the fact that he fucked around and is now not gonna get to find out is so frustrating. It's just like, I don't know. I know how stupid this sounds, but Rohan truly is like, Garrett can hear this right now. Is like,
Yeah.
like, I ate the poison and I don't get to find out what the poison is. What the fuck did I do this for then? And obviously everyone else is like, yes, what the fuck did you do that for? But Rohan is like, I think it was a great plan, and everybody else is not cooperating, and it's so frustrating.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Garrett's
so-
gonna think back. Like, I get where you're coming from, but you're starting to sound a little. I
Unhinged?
don't even know how to. Yeah, unhinged. Yeah, I don't even really know how else to phrase it, because you're just gonna like. You're going into this huge conspiracy theory that like these guys on shore leave like went out and got poisoned. Who has a job that could go out and get poisoned? And that it's like their job
Well,
is sailors.
but that's
Their
what
job
I'm
is
saying.
sailors.
No, but that's okay. Look. Okay, I'm gonna bring it down a notch. Okay, I accept that, like, the idea that somebody went out and bought poison and brought it back and poisoned the captain is crazy. That's why I'm asking who on here might have already had something on hand that they could on the spot use as poison. You know, like if I was, I don't know, I don't know if like bleach exists, but I assume there's some kind of cleaning fluid that is like, you know, you probably shouldn't drink. If somebody was like, yeah, exactly. So I think it's like, you know, if like a janitor of the ship had soap or whatever on hand and they poisoned somebody with that, it's not necessarily because they went out and bought soap to poison somebody,
Right.
but like if they're on the ship and they're like, hey, I think I need to poison the captain, then, you know, they might be like, well, conveniently for me, I'm a janitor and I have access to lots of poison. Nobody would think of it that way. but
Poisoning.
Right? No, I don't think so. But yeah, so that's actually why I'm asking the question. Is like everybody's like, well, anybody could have gone out and bought poison. It's like, yeah, but this is clearly not like an assassin. This doesn't look like somebody who, I don't know, came into this with the plan. Like, this isn't Molly killing somebody. You know, like Molly wouldn't have let there be a body to be found. This is somebody who decided that like something's happening that I have to kill the captain over, and so I don't know. It seems like it makes sense to me that clearly somebody has killed.
Why did they leave the body? They could
Actually,
have just chucked it out the window.
a quick Google
Yeah.
search shows that lye, ingestion of lye can result in throat swelling, sneezing, lung inflammation, and breathing difficulty from inhaling it. Additionally, it will result in blood in the stool, burns of the esophagus, diarrhea, severe abdominal pain, vomiting,
All right.
depending on how much.
Anyway, so let's go
I will
ahead.
just wait, one last thing, which is that I will just say that like I think part of Rohan's frustration is also that like everybody acts like Rohan is freaking out over something that's like very low stakes, but also 2 people did get murdered. Like, yes, I understand I've taken some risks in order to find out who did it, but also there's a murderer here. Like, it's not like I'm like, I don't know, like, like, well, you could find out the lotto numbers, but you have to drink poison. It's like, no, it's like either I take some risks or somebody's going to kill me tonight. So I feel like for as unhinged as his tone is, his logic is sound.
I feel like he just kind of went right to the nuclear option, though. I might die tonight, so let me drink this poison that may or may not kill me, so I can tell if
I
it's poison
trust
because
you
I'm gonna
guys.
die anyways.
Look, Street got poisoned by a spider that he didn't even choose to get poisoned by. He didn't get to solve a murder because of that. He just got poisoned. So I feel like
travel a week to get him healed.
we're traveling a week anyway. We'll get me cured at the next place. It's fine. Look,
But the
I
captain
trust-
died. It's a night.
I
Yeah, he
trust
died in
you
one night.
guys. I'm sure it'll be fine. Look. You guys are so
Listen, there's 2
worried.
murders,
like,
and I'm gonna make it 3 or die trying.
Oh,
Anyway, so Rowan's unhinged mental state notwithstanding, I believe at the beginning of this entire diatribe there was a question that was asked.
I feel like I asked
Which one was that?
I don't remember. Yeah.
I believe it was Garrett asking who served the captain his food.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, there. Okay.
About an hour ago.
There it is.
And Alamein has and he kind of turns towards Frey, who Frey, I believe you got the you already got that information.
That I know.
The captain took his food himself. Like the helmsman Gentry saw the captain take his food back to the
Okay, so if he was poisoned, it wasn't by whoever brought him his food because it was him. And he ate all the same food that we ate, with the exception that somehow it's now poisoned and Rohan is currently dying.
Well, did he serve himself? I mean, who cooks?
That would be Estamale! And you see this burly man kind of come up and oh yes, I'm the cook. I've notes anyway. What's this about? Last night, was it, the captain was, came down and, got his food and he was waiting for me, took his food and came down to the galley, said he had some work to do, and motions towards, as he says that, he kind of motions towards the quartermaster, who gives a nod. And he needed to eat early, and he would be retiring to his quarters. So, I allowed him to do so, and did not...
And did you cook his food separately, or just in, like, the one big batch with everyone else?
Make the stew in a batch, I portioned it out. I had a few... I was already portioning at that point, getting it ready.
So... There's some evidence that points towards the captain having been poisoned. Have you seen any? Did anyone else show up around the time that you were getting ready to portion out the food? Did anyone else have access to the food when you were maybe not near it for a while?
He kind of looks down and like furrows his brow, and then Potts was there.
What kind of poison did you put in the food?
Potts was there, that's about it. Yeah, I was speaking with the captain, and he took his portioned meal out. Always insists on eating the same thing the rest of us do. So we try and keep it good, keep the captain happy, all that. But, I was handing the captain his bowl, and Potts came down, and we were talking for a moment, then the captain grabbed his bowl and grabbed the tray with the chicken leg, whatever it was. I think it was chicken legs last night on it, along with the bowl of stew, and headed up.
Wait, Rohan, did you eat a chicken leg or did you eat a fish fillet? Or was that just what was in the stew?
It was a fish stew.
Oh, it was a fish. Okay, so it was a chunk of fish in the stew that he ate.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm sorry, just when someone says fish fillet, my first thought automatically goes to McDonald's. That's all. Moving on. Okay, so it was a chunk of fish from the stew. So Potts has been missing. The whole ship's been searched, and Potts is not to be found anywhere. Correct?
There was a nod of agreement, and finally you hear a call from back. What if Potts fucking poisoned him, and then just couldn't fucking take it and jumped?
Does this ship has any form of longboat or dory or something like that?
I mean, we have a first mate kind of. We have a small away ship.
Okay,
couldn't fit more than 4 or 5, and it's still there.
It's still there. Okay. So he didn't take the away ship.
Is Potts... do we have a sense from the blunt force trauma wound? Like, do we think this person would have to be physically strong or something, or like, is it just kind of like, I don't know, it could have been anybody.
It could have, like, these are all sailors. They are all able-bodied enough to get around a ship very efficiently. It could have been any of them. And again, like, it wasn't like he was hit so hard, like, the captain's neck snapped and his head nearly came off or anything. It was just hit, like, right in the right spot of the temple that could knock him out, but it was definitely not what killed him.
Yeah. I think I might have missed this, but did Potts also eat the stew that what's his face Whitlock did?
Oh yeah, everyone had the Arlie just go. Oh, everyone had the stew last night, including you.
Yeah. Okay.
So you apparently took seconds today, so.
Yeah, but they didn't like eat it specifically when Whitlock was down there getting the stew or anything like that. Like,
No, I'll
I'm just
portion them all out. When
Okay.
Arlie just kind of like he stamps his foot down. I'll portion them all out. Well, I was in the process of it. That's when the captain came down. I had 4 or 5 portioned out. I handed the
I'm
captain
just
his
trying to-
bowl. That's when Potts came down. We talked with Potts for a minute. Captain put his food down. We was talking. I don't think anyone else came through at that point, but I don't remember.
Pardon me, a question. When you say the captain's bowl, did he have his own special one just for him?
No, just the one that he picked up when he came down.
Okay. No special treatment then.
And then he went back and grabbed one and left.
I mean, in that case, it sounds like. Wait, hold on. So, just to humor me. So you said that the captain came down. You guys were talking as you were portioning out the meals, and Potts was there. You don't think anybody else came through, and then after you guys spoke for a while Potts was there, Whitlock picked up the captain picked up a bowl and.
Oh
left
yeah, a
with the
different
bowl.
one. Left the other one on the. The captain was getting ready, half out the galley, put it down. Was talking to Potts about something, about the helm or something. I think they had some big captain ideas in their eyes one day, but kind of shrugs and shakes his head all the way. Captain Carr forgot about it, grabbed another bowl and headed off.
Hold on. So, the captain put down one bowl while he was talking to Potts, then picked up a different bowl and left.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said.
To me, that sounds like maybe Potts was the one who was trying to be killed.
He kind of cocks his head to the side and, like, scratches his belly. What?
Well, did he pick up a random bowl from whatever your portion out was?
Oh, he
Or-
has.
Yes.
Okay, so he just came back and picked up another random bowl.
Yeah.
So that could have been anyone who could have got that.
I mean, my point being that it sounds like, well, I guess it could have been not Potts that was trying to be killed, but it sounds to me like whichever bowl he picked up wasn't the one that somebody would have poisoned originally if they were trying to poison him, because he went back and picked up a different one instead. So I'm just thinking, there's obviously a kind of a coincidence happening here that
Wait, are you saying I'm next?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think there's reason to believe that
He,
necessarily.
like, starts, like, looking around and, like, he turns his, back to you, so he's looking at the rest of the crew, and starts backing away to be closer to you guys.
I would just say that if you are, when you are cooking or eating, just try to keep an eye on the meals and make sure nobody puts anything
Always
in
do.
them.
The
Maybe
only other
try-
person
Of
who,
course, yeah.
who cooks with me is Miss Crade. Most of the time she just helps with preparation, chopping the veggies, things like that, cleaning the fish.
I thought that was
Right.
Lark who was the assistant cook.
Did I fuck up?
We have a person. Yeah, we have Lark as the assistant cook.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do have 2 assistant cooks. Lark is also, I apologize, yeah. Both of them are actually going to be, yeah.
Cool.
So he would have mentioned both.
Nice.
I have Lark's primary job listed as musician right now on my list.
Nice.
That's why I didn't see it. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking is just that. By the way, at some point I do need to go throw up, so I'm gonna finish the sentence to go do that. But I'm just gonna finish by saying, like, it just seems to me like a coincidence that the two people who were down here were Potts and Whitlock. That Whitlock put down the bowl that he had and picked up a different one, and went back and was seemingly poisoned from that bowl, and then also that Potts is also missing now. And it seems less likely to me, based on that sequence of events, that I feel like Rowan is probably getting like a little bit lightheaded at this point, but just like distracted. But it's just like, it seems more likely that somebody was aiming for Potts, and then Whitlock happened to pick up the bowl that was meant for Potts, as opposed to the other way around. But it could go either way, I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna go throw up, so I'm gonna go. I go do.
And as you head past the very flabbergasted crew and make your way back up topside, where Molly, Roland, and Cassie are on the mast where Molly is tied to it. There is still a cursory crew. At this point, the night helmsman is still up at the helm. Gentry, and it looks like let me see who the other lookout is. It looks like currently on lookout is Mr. Dove, who is normally one of the ship's repairmen, a carpenter by trade, who is currently on the lookout. So there are a couple people up top, but for the most part, everyone is still down here, and they're just making sure the ship stays steady. And what's everyone else doing while Rowan goes and throws up?
Does anyone know what they were talking about? I mean...
From what I heard, Potts and the captain were talking about Potts perhaps being put on as the night helmsman.
Well, that would be pretty normal, because he was the assistant helmsman, so he was just looking to, as the apprentice, getting put on as the knight's helmsman. That would be like a promotion. He wouldn't be the day helmsman who's got the more important job, but he would be that'd be in a promotion for him. So that's fairly normal, I would think, talking to your boss about asking for a promotion.
I did check his Potts's hammock and their things, and I didn't find anything unusual. I didn't sense anything unusual.
Didn't sense anything. Okay. Do you remember? Or is Mira here as well, or is she over with Rohan?
She could be here for now.
Okay. While we were looking at the captain, did anyone actually check in the armoire to see if maybe Potts got stuffed in the armoire?
I don't think
I don't think so.
Okay. I thought that we were gonna do that too at the same time. Never mind. Oops. Okay, so
if
maybe
you guys would have done that, then I would have told you no, there was no one stuffed in the armoire.
Yeah. Because that was what I was originally suggesting. Maybe someone stuffed Potts in there. Do you remember if any if the captain was saying he had to work on some paperwork? Was there like paperwork on the desk, or was it clear?
As I mentioned last session, there was a one of the drawers was yanked out, and it did seem like there was some stuff that was looked through in the. In your investigation, you would not have found the manifest.
The manifest with what's on the ship?
Yeah, the ship's manifest essentially saying, like, this is what we left with, this is where we're going, this is our estimated time, all that.
All gone?
Yeah.
But this is a fishing vessel. They were going to fish. So
I mean, they're
probably
also a
would not have left-
merchant vessel. They also have a bunch of stuff that they're bringing in, too.
Okay, so the manifest is gone. Why would someone want the manifest?
Are they
Maybe if they
smuggling
wanted
something?
to. Aye.
Well, we wouldn't be able to. I guess if we didn't have the manifest, we couldn't verify if something was added or taken.
They did say because we came aboard that they left before the manifest could be finalized. So I think they were planning to update it on board, though I don't quite understand how that all works.
Okay. Maybe we should check in with the quartermaster, see if they have a backup copy of the manifest.
Sure.
That probably wouldn't hurt.
I mean, she is here with you guys, so...
Miss Buckley, would you happen to have a copy of the manifest?
No, unfortunately not. It was something the captain kept. Having a second would have...
Because it appears that the manifest is missing.
We don't have anything particularly valuable. I mean, basics, you know. Textiles, things like that. Bringing back some art and pottery. Well, we were bringing back some pottery to Vacania, but for the most part, it was nothing incredibly valuable. It was just a list of all of the things that were on the ship, our estimated, you know, schedule, things like that. We definitely did not have time to finalize it while we were leaving. Part of the favor that bringing you aboard gave us was the ability to leave port quickly.
Without all the... yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. That was an as in I'm thinking. That wasn't an like anything else to say. Sorry.
What exactly is the process of finalizing the manifest? I mean, how is that something you could do while you're already on the move? I don't
Well,
quite understand.
We loaded
the
on a lot of things, and we had not. Normally, someone from one of the guilds would come aboard, and they would keep their own copy of the manifest as well. But we, as part of our agreement to take you on board, we were getting that little inconvenience waived. They were trusting us on what we said we had, so we had time to...
There's a good chance maybe someone brought something on, and without the manifest that we had filled in, we wouldn't know whether it was something we originally brought in or otherwise.
Was the captain working on this manifest thing last night, or was that paperwork
Yes, I was...
something else?
I was going through and giving an itemized list of things, crate by crate, with estimated values based on the research we were able to do. And at this point, she kind of like leans in close so that no one else can hear but you guys. We were leaving, intent on leaving some of the valuables off so that there would be no expected taxation when next we arrived at Fortuny Soul. That was at Lord Ashcomb's orders.
Yeah, that's pretty par for the course.
Question. What is the... is literacy common in this setting?
It is... Basic literacy is probably pretty common, especially in cities, but it is definitely, like, I would say 50%, maybe 60% total. Unfortunately, a lot of the illiterate did, you know, die because they were in, you know, villages during the Black Sun, so.
Right. So I guess Frey's next question would be, do you have an idea of how many of your crew would be able to read the manifest? I mean, if somebody was looking for it for a reason.
Most, I'd imagine. We'd like people being able to do multiple things, but off the top of my head, and she begins to think, she would be able to rattle this off much more quickly than I am, because, you know, this is essentially her life's work, managing these people, whereas for me, I have to read a list. Among the ones that that she would list as probably, or she'd assume not being able to read, Mr. Felt, one of the deckhands, mostly for cleaning, swabbing the deck.
Great name, and it works.
Miss Brash, the rat catcher and deckhand, almost definitely can't read. Yeah, these are the ones who she believes wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
Mr. Forsyth, the sailmaker and repairs. He's always been, you know, repair the sails for damage, things like that. Also just works with textiles and sometimes but they know he can't read. He's pretty old. He's like 60s. He's very open about the fact that he can't read. I'm seeing if there's anyone else on here. Mr. Nix, the one of the gunners and handlers for the cannons, of which there are a total of 4 aboard, not a lot. Anyone else? And maybe Mr. Reed, who is one of the who's the boatswain. Yeah, she would be able to rattle this off pretty quickly, off the top of her head.
Well, it's another piece of information.
Right, well, I don't know where we go from it at this point. Where do we go from here? And at this point, the first mate just kind of leads in. Is there any chance that this was just Potts killed someone, and then what if they were trying to kill someone else, and then felt bad, knew they'd be caught, and thought they'd be better off an assault?
There's a distinct possibility that either that or Potts saw this happen and got chucked overboard. What would Potts have been doing? He was apprentice helmsman.
Am I back down by this point?
Yeah. Actually, no. While you guys figure that out, up top, as you were trying to throw up, I have a scene for you, Rowan. Don't worry.
Oh, okay, cool. You can keep going then.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll get to Rowan afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. I mean, what was Potts' duty last night? Was he just night watch, or
No, from what I was told, he just had a normal day at the helm. He was done at night. But he spent some time talking to the captain. Then he was back at the helm until the evening, and he went to bed around 10, or a while after sunset.
Okay, and if Mira was up, was Potts was in our area?
Is our area the only sleeping area? Is that like
Yeah.
we're everywhere? Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone is down on, like, you guys are a little more crammed together, but yeah, there's one deck that almost everyone sleeps on. The only
So-
people who don't are the captain, and then there is a small separate quarters up top for, like, it looks like a makeshift on the third deck next to the galley that is used for the quartermaster, so she has room for her paperwork and stuff.
So I think Frey would look at Mira and ask, you said you were up for the night, weren't you? Do you think you'd be able to tell who did sleep through the night? It would help us whittle down the suspect list at the very least.
Yes, of course. I was trying to ask about this before we started, but anyway, who can I knock off the list?
Essentially, who do you know for a fact was asleep?
Yes.
So I believe I gave Rowan similar information already, so you would be able to corroborate that in regards to who was up and things like that. Like, the night crew were all up, no one from the day crew, they were all down here. At one point, like, during the night, like, they do get up to, you know, pee off the side or whatever, but otherwise, like, there was nothing unusual about who was waking up or anything like that. No one was trying to sneak around when you were up or anything like that either.
So, not really any new information.
It would everything you would know would corroborate what Rowan had already confirmed with the Dreamer's Anchor. Which is essentially, like, for the sake of ease, rather than tell you everyone who was down here, I gave Adarsh the night crew who weren't down here, because it was less people.
Okay,
So,
so
like, those
basically
are our
our
suspect
suspect list is the night crew plus Potts.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
But obviously, the biggest problem is the fact that two people can kind of corroborate that no one went into the captain's quarters after he took his food in there.
Wait, question. So, is it that they didn't see anyone go in? Wait, who are the two people, first of all? I feel like I'm-
Gentry, the night helmsman,
Okay,
and Miss Thompson, the night lookout.
okay. And is it that they didn't see anyone go in, or is it that they saw no one go in? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
is it like, I know for a fact no one went in, or like, if someone went in, it was when I wasn't looking or something?
well, Gentry at the helm is right above the captain's quarters, so, like, if he's looking forward, he would see if anyone goes to the captain's room.
Okay. Okay.
There was a big window in the captain's quarters, right?
Yes.
And it
That
could
was
open?
what I was thinking about right now, too.
Yeah. Maybe someone went in through the window.
But it does open directly onto the water, so they would have had to, like, I don't know, come in over the water somehow, or
Then you get the locked
Do
room
some
of
kinda
issue of how did they get out with the window being locked again.
yeah.
Meanwhile, while you guys consider that, Rowan, as you are over the side, desperately trying to throw up, you feel a pat on your back. And you see a very, very green Cassie who just... Rowan, are you alright? I hear there's something they could give you to help with that.
No, I'm trying to throw up.
She just kind of like, her eyes go wide for a second, and then she like looks at you and just narrows them. That's really weird.
I might have consumed some poison or something. It's fine.
Someone tried to kill you?
No,
no,
someone
no.
tried to kill someone else.
Wait,
It's fine.
how did you get poisoned then?
I wanted to check if it was poison.
At this point, she just like slaps you as hard as she can.
Do I throw up?
I mean,
Do I throw up?
like, you know, like you're trying to and you're like gagging and then she just slaps you. What are you talking about? You're too important. You're too important to everything that's happening. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever even consider trying to just something that might be poison? What if you died? What would we do? What would Shriek
What do you
do?
mean, what would
He
you
needs your
do?
help. Shriek needs your help. He can't do this on his own. Even with everyone else
what on
here,
his
no one
own?
else is as useful at getting him out of all these problems as you are.
Shriek is fine. He knows how to
Why would
take
you
care
do
of
something so
himself.
reckless and crazy? Rowan.
There's a murder to solve.
But how are you gonna solve it if you're dead?
Well, I wouldn't have been dead if it wasn't poison, and knowing it's poison helps us solve it. So there you go.
Helps us, but not you. You might die.
Fine. Knowing is more important than living.
Like she's like almost got tears in her eyes, and her face is turning red with anger.
Why?
Cares so much about finding this? Why don't you just, you know, jump in the water and go find the body? Somebody else died, right? They're not on the. Everyone keeps saying that someone else was killed, and they're obviously not on the boat. You guys have said something by now. So what happened? Go find them. I'll
If I
tell them
could
to weigh the
swim
anchor.
better
you
or
can go-
breathe underwater, I probably would.
Well, why don't
but-
you just die trying, since that seems to be all that you can care about anymore? And she goes running back to Molly.
Very dramatic. Women. No, not women. All of you guys. You're all dramatic. Fucking Harrow's dramatic. Garrett's dramatic. Everybody's dramatic. It's like I'm the only one who cares who murdered somebody here.
Oh God.
You're
I'll
also
go track down Cassie. I'll be like, look, I promise I'll take care of myself. I'll be a little more careful, but I still think it was a good idea.
also dramatic is the guy who intentionally eats poisoned food to see if it's poisoned.
It's just good science.
I don't think that is. I think that's the opposite of good science.
Feed it to
if we had-
animals. Good
if we had-
science. Well,
If we had
Quote,
access
unquote.
to like a CSI unit or something, I wouldn't have done it. But like, how else are we gonna figure this out?
good science.
It's better
at
that
the
I eat
time-
it than I make somebody else eat it, right?
The thing is, good science at the time would have been we feed it to like
A mule.
ship's rats.
Oh.
But like the stew was almost gone anyway. Like we had to act quickly. It was made very clear that it's soaking into the wood and almost gone.
Anyway. So, all of that said,
Me arguing
Rowan, you
with
spend a
Garrett in
little
my head.
while trying to throw up. There's not a lot that comes out. Like, it's just kind of like... But you do throw up over the side, and it is as disgusting and biley as you could imagine.
Yeah.
Your throat still feels sore, and it definitely, like, hurts when you throw up. Like, your throat, like, burns. And,
Okay.
you go over to where Cassie is sitting on the mast next to a tied up Molly, and she sees you approaching and moves to the other side of the mast, so she breaks line of sight from you.
Well. Okay. I think I just kind of like hang out a little, and I'm like, I'll be more careful. It's fine. I don't know what the. I don't know. I mean, like. I don't know that I'm really helping more being here than not, but
You're
You
saying
know.
this to Cassie?
yeah.
She just kind of like, after a second, you hear like a big, and she goes, Molly, would you please tell Rowan that I'm not talking to him because I don't talk to people who are going to be suicidally stupid? And Molly just looks at you from where she's sitting down with her arms still tied against it and just, what she said. Please, if you want to die, I can kill you and make it painless.
I don't want to die. I just don't care as much about dying as I do about
It sure
all
seems
the other
like
stuff.
you do, based on... She just kind of gestures with her head forward at the conversation you were having.
Well, I didn't eat it because it was poison. I ate it to find out if it was poison.
Think of it this way. If I start stabbing you, we can find out how many stabs someone can survive.
You know, you're like, I was going to say Rain Man, but you're like a murder savant. I'm sure you already know how many stabs it would take to kill me.
I don't. Well, it only takes one unless we're learning. And she gives a little smile. Her dour demeanor and her generally dour demeanor mixed with her completely slack-jawed expression and her very fancy clothing and hair create this very chaotic image of three different emotions clashing.
Molly chaotic? No. Okay. Yeah. I think I do ask Cassie, not through Molly, I ask Cassie directly, have you seen something new? Have you seen something else? Is there something we should know about? Something that I actually need to be around for or something?
You hear her once again, and she... Molly, did you hear something? I thought I heard something, but I wasn't sure.
Is she facing away from me?
She's on the other side of the mast, like away from you, to break line of sight.
I think I like walk over next to her and give her
As you
like,
start to walk, she goes in the opposite direction.
Great. I think I look at Molly and I'm like, let me know when she wants to talk again, and just go back downstairs. Like, all right. Well, I
as
did
you
my
start to head,
best.
you do hear the two of them conversing.
Great. Is Roland up there also?
Yeah, he was up there.
Is he good? I mean,
He seems fine. I mean, he's,
Alright.
very uncomfortable about all of this, but he doesn't seem like he is, quite as emotionally charged as Cassie
Yeah.
or quite as murder intent as Molly.
great. Was this the level where the captain's quarters were?
Yeah, this is the main deck of the ship. The captain's quarters are at the back of the ship here, and then the only thing above it is the helm on the far back.
Okay, I would like to go back in there one more time and just see if I can find any paperwork, or I don't know, like see if there's I don't know, anything, any records or whatever in here
All right.
that maybe we missed.
Give me a int notice.
Okay.
There's a lot of books. Captain seems like he was a pretty big reader. Mostly just random, like, fiction books and things like that. There's a book of poetry also. There is a set of journals. It seems like he has been journaling his journeys for the past 8 or 9 years now.
Can I check out like the most recent entries? Is there anything like I don't know, like I'm starting to get the sense that Potts wants to murder me or whatever, you know, like
No, the most recent entry is one. It looks like he wrote the night that you guys, after you guys set sail, mentioning excitement at going back to Vicania and being able to see his wife again.
oh. Okay.
He seems to have a wife and 4 kids and 2 grandkids.
Yikes. Okay. Well, wish I hadn't read that. All right.
What were you expecting from a vice private journal?
I mean, I didn't think he had a family. I just wish I hadn't known that. But that's fine, I guess.
I mean, do you want more details about his family, or?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
There's not any other, but okay, so that's like the only written stuff in here. That's fair.
Yeah, everything else seems to be like books and things like that. Yeah, there is no, like, there's a very large armoire and another chest of drawers, all both full of clothing. There's another small dresser on the end. It looks like that has women's clothing, and based on what it has, it looks like that is the quartermaster's clothes. You haven't seen the quartermaster's room, but it looks like this is full of clothing for the quartermaster.
In the captain's quarters.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to go back down and, assuming I can find the quartermaster, assuming I can find Buckley.
She's still down there talking with the party.
All right, I'd like to cast mind reading on her.
Oh, okay. All right. It's time to bust out the magic. Mira,
Yes?
you detect magic being cast
From where?
from Rowan.
I'm probably gonna give him a little bit of an eyeball, but I trust him, question mark.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I guess, does she pass her mental save? I mean, I guess, first of all, like, what is she thinking? Like, surface thoughts.
So the first thing that you get from her is frustration and concern. She's very much like pissed that this has happened, angry. She doesn't know who to trust. She seems to think that this whole deal with Frey, even though Frey, like, she seems to believe that Frey and the rest of you by extension are innocent, but she thinks that's something to do with that deal and getting you guys out of here sooner is the reason that the captain was killed.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, I guess she gets a mental save before each question, but I guess baseline, the first question I have to ask, did she murder the captain?
All right. The caster may ask one question of the target's memories, but doing so, target can make a mental save and the spell ends if the save is successful. These questions can only query memories. All right, so the first question is, did she murder the captain?
Yes.
Great. Well, she's got to succeed, so you're only going to get one question before the spell breaks.
Great. I assume it breaks before she answers, right?
Let me see here. The customer asks one question, but doing so risks breaking the spell. The target can make a mental save before the spell ends if the save is successful.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah. Unfortunately, she is
That's fair. I mean, it sounds like she didn't do it anyway, so I'm
yeah, she seems
okay.
mostly concerned about the like, you know, she's got that feeling of like, oh, what the fuck's gonna happen now? Like, very much worry still, but
yeah.
her thought is something to do with this deal that Lord Ashko made with to get Frey on board has kind of fucked the vibe.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, have I cast any other spells today? Because I have both of my slots used, but I think that might be because I didn't refresh after.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the only spell you've cast today.
Okay, cool. In that case, I can cast it one more time.
Oh my god.
I don't think it would be useful to use it on her. Trying to wait 1 second. I need to click this so that it says that. Oh no, wait, wrong button. Damn it. Okay. Did it? Okay, I just did that so that it shows that I used one spell.
And
other one.
Alex, you would have seen that Mira was or Mira would have seen that there were some effects coming off of the quartermaster.
Well, she has seen him do that before, I think?
I think so. Well,
Yeah.
actually, have I? Maybe I haven't read minds
Or even if
So
it's not like she has it on all the time, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the only time I've cast mind reading recently.
So the question is whether or
on
not you
Critical.
have told her you had the ability to do that.
Yeah, I think I would have mentioned it. I feel like maybe I did mention it earlier to when we were getting questioned about whether we did it or not. Because I've like my plan was always that if we can prove to Harrow that Molly didn't do it, then maybe we could convince him to let us, I don't know, like interrogate people basically and like figure out who did it this way. But I mean, Molly's screwed, but I guess we still can do this. But yeah, I think I will think to Garrett, like, it seems like Buckley is innocent. I didn't get to like confirm for sure, but based on the reading I'm getting on her, it seems like she's innocent. Is there somebody else who we think is prime suspect? Maybe the chef?
Oh, that's not for me.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
because unfortunately you guys are right in front of the quartermaster, so you have to mind
Yeah.
dog it. Oh.
yeah. If Garrett has an idea of like prime suspects, then I would maybe read them, but otherwise,
Sorry, I was talking, but I forgot I had my microphone on mute.
Oh my god,
I
I'm
was
so
gonna answer
sorry.
your question.
Alex, I have to send you a message.
Rutro.
All right, who was the guy who was beating the crap out of the guy who found the captain is dead?
I think everybody was.
That was like 6
No,
or
but
7
who-
people.
Right, but who was the guy who was most like vehement about it? There was one guy who was like, "Nah, you're wrong. It is his fault." Like, we had to like argue him down. It was that one guy.
I
Is that
don't remember.
because that guy sounds really suspicious? The fact that he was all like super
I
gung ho
don't
on
remember. I remember
pinning-
like a bunch of people going at him.
Well, yeah, there was, but then like everyone kind of stopped when we were like, "Oh, hold up," just because the guy who we were basically like, "Yo, dude, if you found the captain dead, what would you have done?" He's like, "Oh, well, I would have let people know." Ah, crap, that guy, because he was all like, "Oh, well, he was the one who was there. He called for it, so it was he was the one who killed him." That guy. I want to see what he says because that seems actually kind of.
That's fair. I think I know who I would like to find Gentry and mind read him. Because Gentry was the helmsman who would have seen if somebody went in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to mind read him.
Okay, yeah, that's a good call.
Because there are 2 people corroborating, but it's possible that the lookout didn't see somebody go in, but it sounds like Gentry is the person who we're relying on to be like, no, it's not that he missed it. Like, he would have seen if somebody went in. And so...
Right, because the lookout's more focused, like, on making sure the ship doesn't run into rocks and shit.
Right. She would be a bad lookout if she could say for sure that nobody went in all night.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would like to read Gentry's mind.
All right.
Um,
Mr. Gentry, the Night Helmsman. These surface thoughts are ones of anger and heartbreak. Like he lost a brother or an uncle or a father.
okay.
He is so mad at it. Like, he hates himself for letting this happen.
Okay.
Like, he seems to have some level of, like, personal responsibility of, like, how could I not have seen someone go in and kill the captain? I was right fucking there. He was killed 12 feet under me. What the fuck?
Yeah. I would like to ask... I think this isn't a judgment thing. I think this is a memory thing. I would say... Does he know anything about who might have harmed Whitlock that he hasn't told the rest of the passengers on the ship?
You are asking if he knows anything that he is not telling.
Yes.
Okay.
Anything that is incriminating, I guess, or anything that is suggestive of
If there is anything else he might have known about the murder.
yeah.
He has been incredibly forthcoming with all of his information.
Okay.
He was on the helm for most of the night. The 2 times he left, it was to go pee over the side, and then he headed over to... The only other time he left, he went to go see how Molly was doing because she was still throwing up in the middle of the night.
As he?
I mean, Cass.
Or Cassie, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. And I get 2 more questions. Is there something else we'd like to know? I guess.
Maybe not necessarily from him, but
Yeah. I mean, this is my second cast of the day, so this is the only one I can. We get 2 questions from him and nobody else for today, at least. So, I'm.
It's up
I
to your...
guess-
It's questions up to your level, so up to 3.
Yeah, I seems like a waste to not use them, but because it feels like even if he didn't do it, maybe there's something he knows about. Because I assume if he I assume his guess is that somebody got in when he left, the 2 times that he left during the night. So I'm trying to think of if there's anything he could tell, like he might know about who could have gotten past him during those times. I guess
Remember,
I
they
would
cannot
say,
compel any exercise of judgment or extrapolation.
yeah, I know. I'm trying to think like, okay, I guess maybe this works. Did he see anybody awake and around on the deck or near the captain's quarters around either of the 2 times that he left his post last night?
those are good. That's a good question.
It's a very good question. It's a very good question you're not going to get an answer to.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Okay, I did what I can do.
All
So
right.
I will. Okay.
There might be something that I have to go look at. Give me just a sec.
Okay.
Says Mira. That was
You need
Okay.
help?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Mira doesn't listen.
All right, so,
But yeah, I will go look at that thing that you said.
okay.
Robert.
All right, Mira is alone and heading down further below deck from... You guys are on the first deck. You see her go down to the galley deck and lose sight of her. No one's going with her or anything?
I mean, I can come with, unless anyone else also wants to go.
I'm not stopping anyone, I'm just going, I guess.
I'll go with her. You are actually helping with this.
Okay. If you need anything, give a yell.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I will follow Mira.
All right. Mira, you make your way back down through the galley to the bottom where the quarters are and to your locked chest. You open it up,
Yeah?
and
I mean, can I tell if it's dangerous before I open it?
you can see like an arcane aura coming from like, you know, the just kind of like the chest in general. But no, you can't tell if it's dangerous or not.
Not at all?
I mean, you want to give me a wisdom magic to see if you can identify it?
I would like to, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Nope, can't tell.
I guess I will open it at, like, arm's length, at least.
All right, you unlock the latch, pull the lock off, and at arm's length you open it. And you can see there under, I assume that Mira keeps her things nice and organized, like any extra clothing and stuff. You can see, there's just like these thematic kind of waves of arcane energy coming from under one of her like, blouses.
Her as in mine, Amira's?
Yeah.
And Strig is with me?
Yes.
There's a magical thing in there, but I don't know what it is. It wasn't there before.
So
Can I get like a broom and use the broom handle to like lift up the
Sure.
shirt or whatever?
Sure, you can go head over and get a broom. And as Mira picks up the
Then
murder
pull out
weapon,
my crossbow and aim it at the chest.
You lift up the blouse, and under it you see a small oil lantern. A tiny blue flame in the middle of it.
You're
A crack on the
fucking
side.
Oh my god!
Came back.
Holy fuck.
Oh,
I think I jump around Mira and slam the lid down.
Mira nearly loses a finger. Oh wait, no, like nearly,
No, she was
nearly
doing it with
loses
a
a broom. You nearly destroyed the murder weapon. I mean, a broom.
oh my god.
God damn.
Threw that
Uh,
overboard last night.
I guess maybe it doesn't want to be gone.
I mean, it's a lamp!
Well, but there's a thing in it, I think.
A thing?
Well, yes, didn't I said to you all that it wants to make a bargain of some kind?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. It's a lamp.
Well, but it couldn't do that if it wasn't smart, right?
I don't know. I don't know how any of this works.
Neither do
All I
I.
know,
She, like,
all I know is that
trusts.
I threw that overboard last night, and now somehow it's back here in your chest.
Well, I didn't jump into the ocean and get it back.
I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying, what the fuck?
Well, probably not related, right?
I
wouldn't think
slowly
so.
opened the chest again. Is it still, like, cracked in the way that it was, or does it look like whole again?
It still has that crack the way it was.
So we can't get rid of this thing, apparently?
Guess not. I mean, I don't know how we're supposed to talk to it. If it wants something.
Should we just close the chest and pretend this isn't happening right now?
Maybe for now?
I nod and slowly close the chest again. Do we think this had anything to do with anything else that's going on, or do we have another problem?
I don't know.
It's so ominous.
For now, why don't we just leave it where it is for now? We would probably find out if it, was part of this, right? She does not sound very, convinced.
I don't know. This. I did not expect it to come back.
Well,
Let's just leave it here.
as you
We can
guys
worry about it later.
As you guys ponder your problems, be they near or far, quite literally, we are going to go ahead and take another quick 5-minute break. Alrighty, so we go back where Rowan, Frey, and Garrett are still on that second deck with all of the various crew members that are all of the night crew pretty much outside of the helmsman is would be down here. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, Mira
Alright.
and Shriek have done their own investigation into something a little more personal. The three of you, what are you doing?
Can we just recap real quick what we know about the manifest? So, from what I understand, letting us come on, part of that deal was that the ship gets to leave town a little early before all of the manifest and everything is recorded. It sounds like the captain was filling that stuff out last night, and what he was doing was specifically that they had let on a lot of cargo that they hadn't specifically documented or cataloged or whatever, and he was cataloging that stuff so that everything was like up to date and above board. And that's what
The quartermaster did mention that they were specifically going to be avoiding mentioning some of it.
okay.
So, but yes, that is a good summation of it. There was a lot of stuff was added in the last minute once they knew that they were taking you guys on and would be able to leave early. That seems to be the deal they cut with Mr. Brake Durant.
Okay. Frey, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, so I think Frey at this point would like to sit down and have a one-on-one with each member of the night crew. And he would like to ask about their relationship with the captain, their relationship with Potts, how their shift on the night crew went, if anything unusual happened, if they noticed any activity like near the captain's quarters.
Okay. Sounds good. So, general summation, everyone gives a raving review. Everyone seemed to like the captain. Like, Captain Whitlock was well loved, well respected, great man, the best man. He had the best crew, just absolutely the best crew. Everyone came to him and they would say, your crew is just the best, and all of his crew would say, you're the best captain, the best captain.
I
Shut
feel like
up,
you're making
Robert.
us not like him based on your Trump impression that you're doing right now. I feel like now I'm glad he died, so this is the bad strategy.
He was just the best captain, immune to murder. He would never get murdered. Anyone who got murdered deserved it. He was the best captain. I'm so sorry. I'm done. No, generally, though, the crew were very positive about him. Regarding Potts, it seems like a couple of people said that Potts came off as, like, kind of like a brown noser, essentially, is the basic description you get through a few people.
Okay.
Gentry was like very respecting. Gentry was like, yeah, Potts would make a hell of a captain one day. Like Gentry seemed very like, thumbs up to Potts. Specifically, like no one has, like, it's not even like a negative way. It's just very much like, oh, you know, Potts has been on here for like 2 years and is already on their way to helmsman. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's more of like that kind of like envy of like, well, you know, why are they getting a promotion and not me type of thing.
I mean, that sounds like a motive to me.
Did anyone seem particularly envious of Potts?
Out of everyone, Nyx. Nyx would be the one that was complaining the most. Apparently, Nyx has been wanting to get out of, you know, cannon cleaning for a while and making sure that, you know, it's one of those things that, like, oh, being a gunner on a ship sounds awesome, but this ship never sees combat in any scenario. Like, he's been on the crew for about 5 years and has never once fired the cannon outside of, you know, testing to make sure that they still work. So he's just a glorified deckhand, and he seems bitter about it.
Okay.
That's not enough to, like, make him want to kill someone.
I have a question. So it sounds like Potts was talking to Whitlock about maybe getting switched to the lead night helmsman to like get their shift switched, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
essentially they
how
would
would-
became the night helmsman, and then Gentry would have been the helmsman during the day, and then the captain wouldn't have had to, you know, man the helm most of the day.
So
Right, okay,
that's a
that's-
promotion for Gentry.
Essentially, you
Okay.
know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was wondering is
Yeah.
was what was going to happen to Gentry. So right now there's no day helmsman. It's just the captain.
Yeah,
was-
the captain handles the helm during the day.
Okay.
Like,
Um,
I'm sure the first mate does as well sometimes, but
Sure.
yeah, there's no official, like, helmsman for the day.
Okay. And Gentry was saying that whoever is a night helmsman is basically in charge of the ship at night because, like, the captain is asleep and you know, most people are kind of
Yeah,
gone or are
Yeah.
asleep or whatever. So, okay. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Something feels weird about, like, why Potts specifically. I mean, like, to me, it feels like, okay, there's a few different ways this could have gone, which would be one, maybe somebody was targeting Potts and then Whitlock got caught in the crossfire. Maybe somebody was targeting Whitlock and Potts witnessed something that they shouldn't have. Or maybe, maybe like they were trying to get rid of whoever would be in charge in general, and that just happened to be Whitlock and I guess Potts. If they became night helmsman, then they would be in charge at night. But Gentry obviously is night helmsman now, so why would he not be dead is, I guess, the question. Unless Gentry did it, but it seems like he didn't, so yeah, I don't know. Motives are weird.
Yeah.
during the time that you guys are questioning, obviously, Mira and Shrieg would have returned if there was anything to follow up on there.
Do they tell us?
Right now, maybe later.
Okay.
So the only other thing I can think of, I mean, Frey could do his elemental spy thing, but I would have no idea where to put it.
That was so Canadian. I have no idea where to put it.
Rhode Island.
Red Island, not Red Orin Island. Bullshit.
Okay, I guess, like, gut check. Do we think that it's like a manifest thing, or do we think it's about? I guess number one, do we think Potts was the target or Whitlock was the target? Because
I don't know.
yeah,
You
because
don't bash the guy's head in if he's not the target.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's
I feel
true.
Like Whitlock is the target.
Rowan,
I think
But- Mm-hmm.
I would like you to give me a wisdom into it.
Okay. But it also feels like if Whitlock was the target, why would his body be the one that they left? You know, like it feels like.
Oh,
Fuck yeah.
Rowan, what if neither of them were the target?
Ah. What if neither of them?
What do you mean?
Who else would
Let
have
me
been the
think about this.
target?
It could be the chef because he was the third person who was there when both of the other two people in that conversation died. It
I'm so happy
could
you rolled that
be-
12.
Yeah, me too.
Hopefully I got you back on the right track there.
Thank you. It could be.
I mean, it could be anyone. I mean,
No, I don't think it could be anyone because the way that these people died is pretty specific. Like, yes, there's a lot of people on this ship, but there's only a few people that they could have been targeting and got Whitlock and Potts instead. You know?
what about the?
It could be Gentry, maybe, but I don't know how.
What about the? I mean, what about the quartermaster? If it's about the manifest, wouldn't the quartermaster be a possible target?
Yeah, but it does feel like.
I mean, we read her mind already. Isn't she kind of out?
She's
Well, I mean,
out.
it doesn't seem like she did it, but I guess we're wondering if maybe she was the intended victim. But
Oh, okay, gotcha.
but I don't know. It feels like if she was the intended victim, I don't see how she would have got based on what happened to Potts or Whitlock. Buckley is is asleep at night, right? Like she's on the day crew.
Yeah, all the big three, the quartermaster, first mate, and the first
Yeah.
mate once in a while would, not during this trip, but you would have gathered that once in a while the first mate would stay up overnight just to make sure things are going good, but for the most part, the big three are always going to be on the day crew.
Yeah, the meal that Whitlock got last night that Potts was there for, that was dinner for everyone, or that was something that they ate like during the night shift or whatever.
That was dinner for everyone. The dinner would have been served out just after sundown. So essentially, like, the dinner is always served like before the day crew goes to bed and after the night crew gets up, so that, you know, they all have a chance to like intermingle and talk to each other and socialize and things like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously you already know that there was something poisoned about the food, and if it was all portioned out of the same thing and it was only something had to have poisoned that bowl before it got into the captain's hands.
Yeah.
Because you also
Yeah.
know that that the blow to the head was not a killer.
Right.
Yeah. It does feel weird that Potts is. Well, hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm rewiring my brain for a second. Okay.
You know what? With the 12, there's one other thing I'll give you. The poison is
Okay.
definitely the focus. Poison is intent.
Yeah.
So is hitting someone in the head!
Well, but
But how do you know who's gonna get the bowl?
no. Okay, wait.
so-
Sorry, go ahead.
With the food being portioned out, I know the captain and Potts went and got theirs early. So was it like the food was already portioned out for the entire crew, or was there like a smaller set just for people who was going to pick up their stuff early?
No, he was essentially starting to portion them out and just handed out a couple.
Okay.
Like he was portioning them out. His story was he was portioning them out. He had a few. The captain grabbed one, was getting ready to leave, ran into Potts, like put his down to talk to Potts for a few minutes, and then just went and grabbed a different one.
Why did he grab a different one? Doesn't really make sense to me. But
From what was said, apparently he just got distracted in conversation and probably forgot he put the first one down.
okay. And okay, so the captain obviously went back to his quarters to eat. Do the others eat like where the food is served, or
Yeah,
do they like?
the galley has, like, you know, the mess hall and the kitchen together.
Okay,
So.
Did Marley tell us if Potts ate there, like last night? If he saw
Um,
Potts eat there?
Yes, he did. Potts would have eaten there. It would have been a little bit later. Like, Potts was just down there to talk to the captain at that point.
Okay.
But Potts ate with everyone else, and that was corroborated.
Okay. One thing I'm thinking is that maybe. Okay. Follow me here. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but one reason that you would hide one person's body and then hit somebody else over the head, but leave their body showing or whatever, is if your goal is to hide the poison specifically. Like, maybe... I mean, I still don't really know why you wouldn't just get rid of both bodies, but if there's some evidence about the like Potts being poisoned, that they didn't want they didn't want their body around to show, and they didn't want people to wonder if Whitlock had been poisoned, you might inflict a physical wound so that people think that's the cause of death, and you might hide Potts's body so that people can't examine that closer or something. So, you know, so like maybe like the wound is intent, like the physical wound is intent, but maybe that's the point, is that that's supposed to be what people focus on, and the reason we don't see Potts's body is because, you know, seeing Potts's body would have given up the game somehow.
How
I mean-
how would Potts also have been poisoned, because it appears to have been just a single bowl?
I mean, there's the question,
Well-
right? Like, what happened to a body if it's not on the ship?
It got thrown overboard. It's not on the
Okay.
ship, it got thrown overboard.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay, wait. If Marley poisoned people, right? Then what he might do, so he's the one who portioning things out. If Marley poisoned people, he could have poisoned the first bowl that he gave to Whitlock. Then Whitlock puts that down and comes back for a second bowl, and he's like, okay, well, I have to poison this one now. So he poisons the second bowl, gives it to Whitlock. Obviously, he can't go up to Potts and be like, hey, don't eat that, I poisoned it. So he throws the body overboard because he knows that it'll show signs of poisoning. And
Alternatively,
his goal was to kill Whitlock, maybe, or something
Well, no.
like that, so that he could get the manifest for some reason.
no, we
Um,
already learned from your insight that neither Whitlock nor Potts were the original target.
Well, maybe killing them wasn't the point, but maybe.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I don't know. It could have been somebody else still, but it just
But-
feels like
Once again, if the body isn't here and the person is missing, what could have happened to the body?
They get thrown overboard.
Or it got butchered.
And if it got thrown overboard, what happens?
It makes a splat. Oh,
Okay.
well, I mean, so you said they weren't really trawling with the nets, otherwise it would be in the nets. Or it gets eaten by sharks, or it gets brought
bodies
back
float?
on board magically.
No,
Bodies
bodies do sink, generally speaking.
Yeah.
cool.
But
I mean, there would have been a splash, I guess, but I don't think you would hear that over all the other ocean sounds.
maybe not. I don't know.
but you still have to throw it overboard, right?
So
Unless
they
you
would
just
see
shove
someone
it out a
throwing something
window.
overboard. Who else did anyone else get sick? Unless someone else shoved it out a window, but I thought they said the only people they saw on deck who were
What kind of utensils does Marley have on hand?
He has a large butcher. He has a variety of knives. He has a fish filleting, like gutting knife. He has a large butcher's knife. He has a smaller butcher's knife.
How about other than knives?
Other than knives, he has what looks like a
I guess
Yes.
like a label.
yeah, he has like a variety of ladles and large spoons, mostly made of
do
wood.
they have a meat grinder?
A meat grinder.
Oh
He
no.
killed Potts and then made the stew out of Potts, and that's what I ate.
Do you know how much blood is in a human body?
No, I know. I'm totally kidding, but I mean, I guess like I can ask this: is there anything among Marley's utensils that looks like it could have been used to make the wound that Whitlock had?
Ooh, like a rolling pin.
Sure.
I mean, like, the best thing you could see would be, like, the hilt of a sword, or the hilt of, like, you know, the handle of a knife. Something like that getting really in there could do it. But
is there like a...
maybe with all of this revelation, there's, you know, it's worth checking again.
Yeah, is there... Checking what again? Checking the body again, or checking
Maybe.
his stuff? I guess one other question: is there like an inventory on here? Obviously, there's like a manifest for like the cargo. Is there an inventory of supplies that the crew has, like kitchen utensils or whatever?
They do not have a itemized inventory. Like, when they buy
Okay, I didn't
things,
think
like...
so, but you know.
Yeah, like
You gotta
the
ask.
quartermaster handles, like, when they're like, oh, we're buying this many pounds of fish, this much food, like, stuff like that for the crew. The quartermaster does have a list of, but
Yeah.
for, like, crew supplies, but, like, personal things that people bring aboard, like, they don't, like, they weren't exactly itemizing you guys.
Yeah. I'd like to... Okay. I think we should go look at the body again, just in case. But also, one thing I'd like to do is, before we go do that... This feels weird, but fuck it. When have I ever done things that aren't weird? I'm gonna grab... Assuming they're awake, I'm gonna grab Lark and...
Oh, everyone's awake right now. No one's allowed to go to sleep.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna grab Lark and Clade, and ask them both to go check out the kitchen and see if anything's missing. Check it out together and see if anything is missing, and report back to us, because they would know, because they're both cooks who work in the kitchen, and assuming they're both together, they should keep each other honest. Like, it makes more sense for one of them to be like, oh yeah, there is a knife missing, who knew, and just like deal with that than to, I don't know, whatever. So, and if one of them dies in the process of this, then I guess that's an answer too. But yes, I would like to ask Lark and Clade to go do that. I'm not going to wait for them though. I'm going to go look at the body and stuff again. But
It was Kraid, by the way.
oh, Clade. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I will
Kraid.
fix.
I was like, I don't think there's a Clade. And I just double checked. I was like, yeah.
Oh, I wrote that. I misheard you as saying
Yeah.
Clade. That was on me. I apologize.
Okay, no, it's all good. I was just double checking. I'm like, did I have a Clade on board? So
Kingdom File
Lark and
Class.
Kraid, Miss Lark and Miss Kraid are making their way to the mess hall kitchen
Yeah.
to see what they can find.
Cool. Do we want to go look at the body again? See if
Sure, let's
yeah.
take a look one more time.
Since our Deus Ex Machina DM has
Why not?
yield something for us.
Okay, here we go again.
I'm so happy you rolled that 12. You really needed it.
Yeah, we
Were
did.
we that far
We're
off?
all like, well, we
You
got
guys
nothing.
have been floundering for a bit. You were doing really good for a
Yeah.
while, but
I feel like we were okay.
We had
Alright,
no
whatever.
idea where to go next.
That's true.
I also feel bad because, like, right now, Rowan is kind of leading an investigation that, like, Street can't do anything to help with right now, and I feel really bad. And Mira's kind of, like, just busy being stressed about magical things.
I'm living, so, you know.
And I'm just not good at this, so I don't even know what to make Garrett do. I've had one good question. That's work. That's good for me.
Anyway, so, you make your way back to the body. And poison has to be intent. Like, you can't mistakenly poison someone.
Unless they got the poison meant for someone else.
But that's still someone was trying to be poisoned. You can't like, oh no, I
Right.
mistakenly poisoned poisoned someone.
Yes. Okay.
And with that in mind, you get a chance to, you know, you're kind of refocusing a bit on what happened here, and obviously, no one, according to someone that you have mind checked for authenticity, no one came in or out of the captain's quarters in the night. In fact, no one's been in the captain's quarters like before this since.
Did the captain accidentally poison themselves? I don't know. That's dumb.
It's not
So-
dumb, but
Dumb
I think
idea.
just to make I mean, like, I think definitely no, but just to make sure, like, there's no sign that they like Whitlock fell and hit his head on something in here that caused the wound, right? Like, it looks like it would have had to be inflicted.
That could
by
have
something.
happened.
Okay, is there anything in here that looks like they could have done that?
He is laying next to a very large desk.
Is
Oh
there
my
blood
God.
on the desk?
We would have seen if there was like blood on a desk,
There wasn't.
would we?
There wasn't.
Okay. Okay, cool. So it's not that we just forgot to ask that if there's blood on the corner of the desk
No.
or whatever.
No, because
Okay,
like I
cool.
said, there wasn't a lot of blood from the injury.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. What happens? Yeah, I think the thing is, like, I
It
don't
is-
think that. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say it is definitely possible that he could have hit his head on something in here.
Yeah, I will say that I don't think. Like, how do I say this?
Rowan,
I
you're
don't-
starting to feel kind of lightheaded,
Oh, fun. Okay,
and
great.
your throat is still getting worse and more scratchy. And I don't think it's just
Cool.
because of the insane ramblings all day.
That's fine. I honestly think Rowan is probably ignoring it at this point. It's just like, what am I gonna do? Like, get yelled at more about how I shouldn't have eaten the poison? Fuck it. Like,
We don't even
Once
know
I
how
pass
to
out,
heal
I'll
the
figure out
poison.
what-
We gotta find whoever poisoned someone and see.
yeah, exactly. Like, what at this point, like, there's whatever. But I think what I'm thinking is that one of them was definitely intentional because Potts's body is missing, and Whitlock's like has a wound in his head after, in addition to being poisoned. So if Whitlock was an accident and he fell and hit his head or whatever, fine. But then somebody got rid of Potts's body.
Also,
And
there
if
is the fact
Pot-
that the manifest was stolen.
And the
Yes,
manifest
that
was
too.
stolen, yeah.
Yeah, and if Potts was an accident or something, then like fine. But then somebody did come in here and hit Whitlock because, you know, whatever. So I think.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Who was the first person in the room?
Yeah, I don't know if we figured that out. Who was the person who's getting beat up?
Shit, I forgot. I've had so many names I've had to keep track of. Oh my god.
Because apparently no one went in or out, but somehow someone got in, and even if they didn't beat the captain over the head, someone still went through the papers.
I think it was Reed the bosun.
Yeah, I think it was Reed. I don't remember though. Oh.
Because he went in to go see if the captain wanted his tea or something.
Yeah. Who would
Yeah,
have
and
a
that was
reason-
that was right after like the morning crew. Everybody got up and it's like chaotic on board.
Right.
Mhm. I'm gonna make a note that Reed-
Oh, but if it's chaotic on board, someone might have been able to slip in before him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, somebody could have taken the manifest who didn't kill anybody. Like, if they had something to hide, but that
I mean,
is
that's
like,
pretty sus if you walk into the captain's cabin, see a dead body, and just go, let me take this real quick.
I mean, that's true. Um, okay. Who would have reason to steal the? Can we? Okay. Obviously, Whitlock was cataloging whatever it was he was gonna catalog on the manifest. The manifest was stolen, but like the stuff is still here, I assume. Can we go look at what the cargo is or whatever that he would have been cataloging?
I mean, so essentially, yeah, like nothing in the cargo was stolen at all, or I mean, from what they've seen, like now there's some broken pots and things, but
Right.
no, from what your hunt seems to have brought you, it was a case of, like, as I said, a locked drawer in the thing was like jammed and broken open, and there was no manifest, and whatever else was in the drawer is obviously missing as well.
Okay. But well, I guess my thing is, if somebody stole the manifest because something in the manifest was going to be incriminating or they didn't want it to get out or whatever, then that stuff that would have been logged, there should still be evidence of that somewhere, unless that was also in the thing that the manifest, like, unless that was in the same drawer that the manifest was in or something. So, can we go, like, is there anything in the cargo that looks like somebody might have had reason to hide it? Or
I mean, you could start looking through and discussing things with the quartermaster. Give me
Yeah,
a
the quartermaster
int
would know about
administer,
this.
please.
yes.
But Ron, before you do that, can you just give me a physical save?
Oh no.
As you stand back up and refocus, you walk out the captain's quarters and start to make your way back below deck to speak with the quartermaster, and you feel incredibly lightheaded and just... You guys watch as he takes about 4 strides out of the captain's quarters and face plants directly onto the deck of the ship.
Poison eater.
I
There he
will
goes.
immediately check and see if he's still breathing.
He's still breathing.
Okay. I will think at him. Can we think back and forth? What is he thinking? Can I hear that?
Passed out, or am I just like-
After a moment, you just feel this shooting pain in your head from where your head kind of bounced off of the, like your forehead, just left side, right by your hairline, just bounced off of the deck of the ship.
Okay. Am I conscious? Can I
Yeah, you're
respond?
conscious. You just are in a lot of pain right now, and you passed out for about 30 seconds.
Oh, hi. I'm
Well, that's not good.
It's fine.
Oh no, it's not fine. Maybe you should sit down for a bit.
We gotta solve the murder. That person has the antidote, if there is one. Nobody else here even knows what it is, so I think we gotta power through. Okay. I'm gonna like hold myself up. Hopefully I can.
You're incredibly wobbly and unsteady on your feet, and you're seeing like double of everything. It's blurry. It's rough.
Okay, fun.
Ray will
I'll-
try to help you up.
Okay, thank you. I will. Yeah, I'll try to wobble along for a little bit longer if I can, because I don't want to just sit here and not help. So I will. Yeah, I'll power through until I pass out again, I guess.
Okay.
You did gain a system shade from that, by the way.
Cool. Did you add that already, or am I adding
Yeah,
that?
I did.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Well, yeah. Administer, you said, to talk to the quartermaster.
Yeah, to go over, head into our office
Yeah.
and go over everything.
Not that
You
one.
head in, and over the course of the next little while, you speak with her and begin going over everything, seeing if there's anything worth killing over. It seems like a regular, just you know, it is much more like this is incidental things that can be sold in Vicania rather than, you know, most of their profit comes from buying things in Vicania and then selling them elsewhere. You know, they export from Vicania, not import to Vicania, so there's nothing that's insanely valuable.
I just realized something. Okay. Is there... Okay. We threw the lantern overboard, and then somebody threw the body overboard, maybe? Is there a chance that we lit the body on fire?
No.
No, because of the watch.
Okay. I mean, I hope not.
I feel like this session, Rowan and Adar should be becoming one and the same.
Absolutely.
Towards
think we
the
should ask
end,
her, by the way.
she does kind of like, you know, this is like an hour later. Like, you're getting close to noon at this point. It's starting to get a little bit hot out finally, and you've been sitting in here. You're still lightheaded, and you've been poring over these things, and you're just sitting on one side of this desk, and she's sitting on the other, and she's just handing you book after book, going over things, just seeing what else might have been here, and she just finally... Look, I told you there were things that we weren't going to catalog. Lord Ashcombe had requested that the captain and I keep quiet about a cache of gems that he wished to have smuggled out of Fortuniso. I have not seen them. The captain told me about them, but I never saw them.
Did he tell you where they were?
He said he was keeping them so it would not reflect badly on the rest of us. if
So
we
there's
were
a
found out.
drawer. There's a drawer that's missing from his desk.
one-
That's probably
the
where
one
the
that-
gems were.
Yeah, I guess why take the manifest then, though? Because specifically, those weren't going to go into the manifest. So
If you couldn't read the manifest, you wouldn't know if it was on it or not.
If you just knew it was the manifest, yeah. But
the people who can't read
The
the
crew
manifest
even-
will know what it was. What it was.
who else could have known about the gems?
And I would say every sailor would know what a manifest is.
Yeah.
But if you couldn't, but they are correct that if you couldn't read, you wouldn't know what it was and wasn't on it.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. That would be Nyx, Reed, Brash, and Forsyth Felt. Okay.
And you would note in here, while you were in here, that while the quartermaster does have a bed, it is very cramped and there is no room for clothing. There's like no dresser or anything.
Was the quartermaster's clothes were in the captain's quarters? Were they together? Does she seem particularly distraught? More so than like, oh hey, the captain's dead?
It sounds like they were there because there's no room in here, is what I'm guessing.
And you can always ask her.
Okay, well what if her clothes were in the captain's quarters?
I mean, they were, but
Well no, like are we talking just like a change of clothes, or are we talking
No,
like
she had an entire dresser in there.
Okay. So we happened to notice that there was an additional dresser in the captain's quarters that had women's clothes in it. Were those yours?
She gives a nod and then just without anything else, could you pass me that? She motions to Rowan. Could you pass me that that journal there again? I would like to double check it.
I hand it to her.
Was it just for extra room, or were you
Do I look like I have
close
room
the-
in here for a... And she just motions around you. There is no room
True.
in here for a dresser. The captain graciously allows me to keep it up there. I used to keep it out near the mess hall, but it would always smell of fish, and sometimes the crew would get drunk and wear my clothes.
Okay, just wasn't sure if you were closer with the captain than just as shipmates. That's all. Just trying to see what's going on here. Not
She looks
that
a
it would
little
give you an
offended,
additional-
but no, the final straw was when all of the male members of the crew got very drunk one night at port and had a contest to see who looked best in my clothes.
Well,
Oh.
I'm sorry if the question insulted you or anything like that. I didn't mean it like I was just trying to understand the relationship dynamics that are here. Hopefully, we can find a clue to find out who poisoned him, because they probably have an antidote, and our friend needs it. So.
She just casually shakes her head, brushing it off. It is... I understand. If you're curious, Mr. Gale has very good hips in a dress.
Okay, David.
I love her. She's the best. I love her.
And then she just, like, continues flipping pages through the journal that you handed her.
Also, like, I feel like we've talked so much about phrase type. This is definitely Rowan's type. Also, is like a little bit mean and hyper competent. Is like definitely the vibe. But what is okay? Wait, we said Nyx was the one who hated Potts the most. He was like envious.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm just looking through the list of who can't read, and Nyx is one of them. Reed is one of them who found the body. We don't really know much about Brash, Forsyth, or Felt. But... Okay. The gems are gone. I think we poisoned somebody, so... Hold on. What does the... How does Brash catch rats?
Brash has a bunch of traps set up. It seems like sets up in little areas of the ship with this very like sticky kind of like goo on little planks of wood, and then scrapes them off of it and throws them overboard for the most part.
Ew.
Okay, so not rat poison.
No.
This is tough. Okay. I feel like I'm both better and worse at this than I want to be.
There is a lot going on here. I'll give you that. Like I think Rowan could also read between the lines that there's a lot going on here, more than just a single simple attempt at poisoning.
Yeah. Okay, theory of the case. So somebody... I'm trying not to metagame too much and like read too much into like the hints you're giving me also, but
I mean, why I'm giving you hints, it's because I'm assuming it's something that Rowan or the party will have figured out.
I think it's also it's I think I would probably have figured them out, but I don't want to be like, well, this one is clearly correct because Robert told me so. I think I'm, but okay. I think the gems are missing, so somebody definitely stole the gems. I feel like that's clear. So well, I mean, do we have the permission, ability, whatever, to just search people for gems? Because...
I mean, are you bringing this up to Harrow and Buckley?
Yeah, I'll ask her. Yeah, I'll ask. I mean, like, it doesn't have to be us, but would she like to search people for gems? Because they're definitely missing, and the manifest has been stolen, and it seems likely that whoever killed Whitlock must have the gems on them. You know.
There's a nod, and she heads up and goes out and finds the first mate, and Mr. Harrow just kind of like looks to the rest of you, and we can search for them. Kind of like,
I think I'll also mention, like, maybe you want to start with the people who the quartermaster said might not be able to read, just because the manifest is missing. Maybe that signals that they took it in case it was logged there.
very well. He kind of like looks at anyone. Mr. Garrett, are you going to be continuing assistance with Mr. Rowan here, or can we request you to help us with this investigation?
Yeah, I can help.
And he motions to everyone, Shrieg, Frey, Mira, and Garrett.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, I can help as well.
of course.
Are they leaving me alone with Buckley?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I know that you read Buckley's mind and that she's not involved.
Yeah.
Once he gets out, he calls out to the deck. Everyone topside now. We're doing something. We need everyone up top. And people begin heading up. Marley, that includes you, anyone else, and finally at this point it would be, let me see here. Miss Lark, who oh yeah, I was told to I was working with and she kind of like trails off for a second, and we found something. Looks like there's a knife missing that was here the other day. Looked like one of them knives for one of them chopping knives, not the big cleavers, but could be used for stabbing, that sort of thing.
Have you seen the body? Whitlock's body?
No. Mr. Harrow said no one's allowed in there.
Would you be willing to go in with me and take a quick look at the wound and see if you think... I don't think it's the blade that would have done it. It seems like it was a blunt wound, but possibly the handle. Would you be able to just take a look and see if you can corroborate, see if it might have been the handle of that knife that would have done it?
She gives a shrug. Aye, sure.
Okay. I think, like, assuming Buckley lets me go, I will.
Yeah, I mean, you stand up and go ahead and give me another physical save.
Don't you dare fall over again, Rohan.
And Rowan, as you stand up out of the chair and you get about one step, and you are down. You guys watch as he passes out, smacking his head on the side of the bookshelf as he falls, a couple of the books falling on him as he is unconscious on the floor.
We're not there, or we are there?
No, you're there.
Can I, like, try to catch him?
I mean, not really. Like, it's a small office. You guys will be, like, outside the office, the quartermaster's office. You will have seen him, like, essentially stand up and turn around and then just fall.
Hey!
I've just seen how the head injury happened.
Just leave me there. Somebody take them to see the body.
And, shut up, Rohan's mind. This time, you're not even getting anything, Garrett, from his,
Yeah.
from his,
From the link. Oh,
yeah.
great. But we need him to solve the investigation. I mean, is he breathing? Or is he
It's
been
very
completely
shallow, but he
unconscious.
is breathing.
We need to
Buckley
solve
has
this.
kind of like run over and is like holding his head up and like trying to like slap him awake. Come on, Rohan. Don't be like this. Don't be like this, you stupid, stupid man.
Idiot.
And she like looks up to you guys.
Well, there's nothing we can do for him if he doesn't come through. We gotta find that. We gotta find that. Antidote. So might as well keep moving with the plan that we had for now. See if we can find the
At
gems.
least help me get him into a bed.
Yeah. Oh, I figured we would kind of sit him up, but yeah, maybe get him into a bed. Yeah.
And she hoists him so that it is a small bed. Like, it is a single person bed, and like it is a crammed small single person bed in this small office. And like she's quite a bit, like she's probably like 5'2", 5'3", and the bed's probably a little bit small for her. I imagine Rowan, who is considerably bigger than 5'2", 5'3", like his legs are hanging off the side.
Does Rohan's like glamour fade?
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
god,
not focusing on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't look that different, just like probably a tiny bit younger and like way, like grosser. Just like not like I still don't think like Rohan is like dirty, but just unkempt, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's like yeah.
He looks like he's been, you
he's
know,
not
at sea for a week without ironing his clothes.
Exactly.
All right. Well, we get him into the bed. I'll help get him into the bed, and then.
And unfortunately, you are without your point man for now, as he has passed out.
Well, he was dumb enough to eat the poison.
I have nowhere to go
You're
from
welcome.
here.
Fucking wouldn't be anywhere on this investigation if I hadn't eaten the damn poison. All right, I'm gonna stop
Well,
talking
let's go
We would
back
have
and
known it was poison. We found the thing. It's like, oh, this is probably poisoned. All right. Okay. So we had a plan. We found out that that there's a knife missing from the kitchen. I will let the rest of the group know that Rohan was able to read the minds of what were the names again? Okay, it was Gentry. We read Gentry's mind, and we read Buckley's mind, and both of them are probably in the clear. We don't really have to worry about them. I just to let the group know, because I don't think I'd had a chance to do that yet. But we have to. We gotta find this person.
Well, I guess we can continue with the search for the
gems.
missing gems.
If we can find the gems, that'll lead us to the person. We just have to do it quickly. Alright. Does Buckley know roughly how many gems there were?
No. Like I said, the captain never told me any of the details. Wanted to
Okay.
make sure that if someone got arrested in Fortuny Soul, it wouldn't come back to anyone else. It would just be him.
Okay, well, it's a small,
Go. He'll be fine.
Out of curiosity, is it a new scene now compared to when I last used my
Yeah, I would consider the time skip of an hour plus of Rowan pouring through documents with some assistance, and you guys kind of trying to figure out what to do next before he passed out, a time between scenes.
Okay. Then Frey will say, I'll join you in the search soon. Let me just try something first. And I would like Frey to go back to the captain's quarters and check out the bowl with the food, the poison food. He is not going to eat it.
I was about to say, I'd like to try something first. Could use some more warmth. Ugh. All right, so
Howard.
Frey is heading up. Rowan is unconscious, which leaves the quartermaster, or I'm sorry, the first mate, Mr. Harrow, and then Garrett, Mira, and Strieg are going to go hunting.
Yep.
All right, Frey, we'll do yours first. You make your way back up to the captain's quarters, where everyone has now been told to come above deck, and you have a bunch of a mob of people asking what's going on? Have you found something? Is this it? Do we know who the killer is? You are being mobbed with these questions.
Frey will just kind of try and push his way through the crowd, just soon, we'll have answers soon.
Frey pushing his way through for strength. just
I'll push.
standing there waiting
It's
for
okay.
the crowd
I
to
can
move.
push.
Oh, did Mira come with him?
Yeah, I thought Mira was going
Yeah.
down to help with.
Oh, well, I can push and then go.
Okay, so it's just gonna be Garrett and Garrett and Strieg. That's a fun combo we don't see a lot. All right. So Mira does the bodyguard thing and escorts Frey through the crowd of sailors. You make your way back to the captain's quarters. They are just as they were left.
Frey tries again to not look at the body, but he is going to focus in on the bowl of fish stew. And he was going to touch the bowl and see if he picks up anything from his emotional resonance. The surface level.
You get relief. Someone finally getting that monkey off their back.
Okay.
Which is not an
And-
emotion you would normally get from a bowl.
Yes, very, very unusual. So he will take it into his hands and he is going to push deeper. That is my wisdom magic. On.
Son of a bitch! Unfortunately, with the corpse of the former captain staring over your shoulder, your focus is just not there. And Frey continues to be unable to emotionally resonate when there's dead bodies nearby.
Frey
Understandable.
just drops the bowl.
It clangs to the ground.
So who would the captain have been really riding?
Meanwhile, all right, Garrett and Strieg, you guys make your way down with Mr. Harrow. And, right, so who was it that Mr. Rowan was saying that we should check first?
You
I
know
feel like I
what?
just gave you guys a pop quiz.
Yeah, I totally blanked on what he was saying because he collapsed, and I was focusing on that.
The people who can't read?
Yeah, it was specifically the individuals who have difficulty or would be unable to read, which would be Nyx, Reed, Brash, Forsyth, and Felt. I think our first step would be Nyx, as he really disliked Potts.
He produces a crowbar and begins to jam open the chest of the personal belongings of Mr. Nix. Puts it down, steps on it, it breaks the chest open, and he hands it to you guys to check on the next one. Right, Reed should be over there. You know this by now.
Yep.
Check whichever order you want. And he begins pilfering through Nix's things. Who are you guys checking first?
I think who would be the next best? Who are you thinking, Streak? I was thinking, Felt. Or
Fuck if I know, I was just gonna pick one.
Fuck it, might as well start with Reed, work our way down.
We're gonna check them all anyway.
Yep.
Alright. You bust open Reed. Hand it back to the... hand it over, and you guys are just going down the list?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll go through, we'll check, Brash.
You hear Mr. Harrow. Nix is clean. You check on Reed. Reed is clean.
Brash.
Brash is clean.
Felt.
Mr. Harrow, Felt next.
Yeah.
You Felt's open. In the bottom of it, just below a coin purse that is filled to the brim with gold and silver, is a small gilded wooden box with a clasp on it.
Okay. Why would Felt have this much money? This seems... Should have started with Felt. God damn it.
I'm gonna open that box.
Yeah.
It is locked.
We have a
How
crowbar.
locked. Yeah.
Yeah, how locked is this? Does this look like it's really intricately locked? Or does
No,
this
it looks
look
like a
there's
simple...
just
It's just a simple, like, clasp and latch. Like, the key would be, like, maybe an inch long.
Can I try
say
and break
we-
it open?
It does not look like very like, it looks very well made. Like, the box is probably worth, like, 10 gold alone, but, like, you could probably just smash it by stepping on it.
Alright. Well, we don't want to smash the box, though, because if there's an antidote inside... we just break the lock. Yeah, let's tell Felt to open it. Because that was the other thing. I was thinking we either break the lock, or B, we get Felt to open it, and we ask him why the hell he has so much money.
At this point, you hear another... And,
That'd be Forsyth.
yeah,
probably.
Forsyth's is being dug through right now by, Mr. Harrow.
Mr. Harrow, I think we've got something over here. If you don't find anything in Forsyth's, that is.
He immediately just pauses and stands up. What is it?
Well, Mr. Felt has a bag just full of gold and silver, which seems abnormal, along with a box here that appears to be rather well made, that is locked. We're thinking we might be a good idea to have him
This is the
open
captain's
it.
personal coin.
It is?
Aye.
Okay.
Mr.
Well,
Felt
that
is
answers
one
that
to
question.
spend every copper he gets at the nearest whorehouse anytime he can.
Well, that answers that question. So let's go see if we can get a hold of this Felt fellow and open this box. If he's got the key. If not, we'll just crack it open in front of him.
Aye. Let's...
I'd rather not break the box in case the antidote's in there.
You head up. Once you get to the galley, the first mate just kind of gives a tap on your shoulder and allow me to go get him. We'll see what can happen. He
All
heads
right.
back up. Mira! Frey, what you guys doing?
I guess I could look around and see if there is anything I could see that the captain might have fallen on. I don't know if that particularly matters that much anymore, but I'm here.
I mean, give me an int notice.
since they're looking at the body, do you think they would remember to have Lark and Kraid compare the wound to the missing knife?
The way he fell, it could have been on... He could have hit his head on the corner of the desk, especially after seeing how quickly Rowan fell after standing up. There is definitely a scenario where...
Like,
Or
hair
maybe Felt
or
has the
skin
knife.
or anything on it?
There isn't. Like, right there at the temple where he would have hit, you don't see any. Getting in close, you can see where it looks like... It's not even chipped, it's just bent slightly on the left corner of his desk. Could have been from him hitting his head. Like I said, it doesn't look like it was a fatal blow or anything, just enough that he would have been knocked unconscious shortly after.
Well, again, I don't think this is the important part right now. So, perhaps... Did you change my alignment to magical alien?
No, it's always been that.
Okay. Anyway, I guess Frey and I can go back and help with the, looking around for the gems that have been found and whatever else we need to do related to that.
Yeah, I mean... Otherwise, Frey, anything else you need to do in here?
No, Frey's definitely feeling a little defeated, a little frustrated. Like, he doesn't enjoy this thing he does, but it's also being really not useful today.
Fucking being out here at sea, I'll get a reception with my residents, goddammit.
Dead bodies staring at me.
Yeah,
There is
so
something
he's just
uniquely horrible about having a power that you hate that also won't work when you finally want it to.
But don't worry, next session Frey's gonna get like 3 questions about like a bucket that fell down a well.
Right, and they're all going to be 12s every roll.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, so Frey, I think after he kind of, drops the bowl, he's just going to he moves at first to slip out of the room, and then he remembers there's like a giant crowd out there. So he is going to just kind of like wait, just like, his like forehead pressed against the wall, just like, I don't know if I can do this. What if we can't find it to help Rohan in time?
All we can do is try, I guess. I don't... I know that that's not very comforting, but... Standing here isn't going to help anyone, I suppose.
No, it isn't. I guess we should go join the others in the search below.
Yes.
And you make your way out and start pushing back through the crowd who are once again trying to harass you for questions like some sort of horrifying murder paparazzi. But as you get towards the end, that is when you hear the bellowing of the first mate who... Mark Felt! We need you. Need to speak about your whereabouts yesterday night. You might know something. Mr. Felt, get your ass out here! And he eventually gets shoved to the front. And he just... What? I told you, I was just cleaning up. Same as I told you.
Is he looking like nervous or shifty at all?
As he heads below deck and kind of continues to talk, give me a wisdom into it.
Okay.
I like that multiple times this session I have had to think, I didn't make Rowan eat poison.
First chance.
Nobody made him eat poison but him!
I'm
I
just thinking of
stand
all
by
the
it.
consequences of that decision there that have come out from this session just because of that. I was like, man, you guys are gonna get this murder mystery done, and then like the rest of the session's gonna be kind of weird because it'll be like the second half. And it won't be good timing for a level up at all. Now you might not even get to.
God damn it.
If I die, I don't blame myself for eating the poison. I blame all of you for not being able to solve this case. Just so you know. Just so you know.
Fuck off.
Yeah, Strieg, why aren't you a fucking genius investigator?
Because I have a 5 in intelligence.
I'm
Anyway,
a genius investigator. How come you can't do it? No.
Frey, you are doing everything in your power to try and focus, but this guy just is like, he's sweaty and already like nervous and annoyed looking, and you can't really read him any better than that. Like, he already just kind of looks nervous like everyone else. And once you get below deck, that's when the first mate immediately draws a pistol and points it at him.
Ray will
Mr.
make
Felt.
sure he is not behind Mr. Felt.
You are going to walk down there, and you have until we reach the bottom deck to explain why you have the captain's coin and a box that obviously is beyond your pay grade. And, he just kind of, like, looks around. He looks to you two pleadingly, Mira and Frey. I don't know. I didn't take nothing. I don't... You know me. You know me. I spent all my coin at the whole house. I don't got no coin. You know me. Every time we get to land, 3 men, 5 women. That's the deal.
Damn.
Well,
Good
if
hell.
it's not yours, then somebody planted it there. Oh, we'll have to question you.
With a deathly serious glare, he turns back to, the first mate turns back to you. We do not keep a skeleton key or any other way. The only way that is getting in a locked chest is if it was put there by the person with the key. Now show me that you do not have your key, Mr. Felt. And he begins, like, patting himself down, and from one of his pockets, he pulls out his key. And as he does, he heads down to the next deck, past the mess hall, and makes his way down to the bottom one where Garrett and Strieg are waiting. And as he, like, turns, he's still got, like, he's been walking backwards this whole time very carefully, only, like, stopping to turn around when he's walking downstairs. And, like, even then, like, he's trying to keep his body facing the first mate. And he just, I swears, I didn't take nothing. Nothing at all. And finally, he turns to start stepping down the last set of stairs. Garrett, you and Frey you and Strieg can see the steps. And as Mr. Felt turns towards you guys, you see as the first mate immediately just kicks him in the hip, and he comes flying, hurtling down the stairs, and just crashes down them.
Is he face up or face down?
He is face down.
He's face down. I roll him over and slam the chest onto his chest. How'd you get this?
Oh,
Does it look familiar?
no, I've never seen that before in my life.
Well, here's the thing. We
Enough
cracked this
lying,
open out of
Mr.
your...
Felt. At this point, the pistol is about 3 feet away from his head. I ain't never
if
seen
you're-
that, never in my life.
No.
I told you.
Alright.
I don't.
Your
I
life,
don't.
your life's on the line here. There's a good chance that he's going to shoot you regardless of what we say. If you don't see this, who do you think could have put this in your chest?
I don't know. Somebody must have stole my key and slipped it back on me while I was sleeping or something. I don't know.
No one came into that room during the night. Well, no, he was a
I
night
didn't
crew.
steal
He would have
nothing.
been during
Okay,
the day.
I didn't. And he starts trying to struggle, and you see as Mr. Harrow just pulls the hammer back on the gun, getting now about a foot away. And then he pulls it back. I'm sorry, Mr. Felt. I don't respect you enough to let this be done simple. These people don't know you and don't care how much pain you're in. I'll come to collect your body when they're done. And he just nods to the four of you and begins heading back up the stairs.
I will take out my dagger that I have.
Look, I didn't do nothing! Please, Mr. Frank, come on, I mean, the sailor's spit, the tearing off sleeve was all good fun. You enjoyed that, both of you, right?
I slam the dagger down next to his ear in the deck.
Come on. Miss Mira, come on, you're nice. You don't want to see somebody die.
Here, open the chest.
I don't know how.
Open your
I mean,
box.
I've never seen. I don't. Okay. I took it from a captain. Okay.
You took it from the captain.
Yeah.
Was he already?
Look, I went in there this morning to see. I figured he was gone already. You know, I figured he was busy. I went in to clean up. You know. I mean, last thing I do when I'm doing my night shift is I always try and see if he needs any trash taken, thrown overboard, anything like that. Anything clean?
Was this the guy who was getting stomped on earlier?
No.
No. Okay. So you were the one who went in to. Okay.
It
So
was
this is different.
right after the morning shift got up. I headed in there. No, I don't think anybody noticed at the time. It was already down.
And you didn't report it?
No, I'm sorry. He was already dead. It looked like he. I don't know what happened. He hit a wave and smashed his head or something. I figured, you know, not gonna miss a bit of captain's coin.
And you've seen nothing? You saw no one else go in there, go out of there?
No, I was just finishing up. I didn't kill him, I swear. Look, I don't know how to get into the box. I don't even know what's in it. I figured I'd just, you know, get over what's off. I hate this. I hate being on here. I hate the fucking grog. I hate fucking sailor's spit. This shit ain't for me. And he, like, looks pleadingly at Frey. You know, this ain't my kind of world. I saw an opportunity to get off it. Captain ain't gonna be missing that coin.
Ray.
I figure that coin and whatever's in that box could have bought me a whole house.
Ray looks at the man, and does he seem like he's being genuine about, you know, not having murdered anybody?
Give me a wisdom into it. This man is willing to bear any secrets he has to survive at this point. He is convinced that you guys are killing him right now.
Okay.
Like, there is, like, a little sliver of blood from where, like, he shivered and slammed his ear into the dagger that Garrett drove into the deck.
Okay, so Frey will put a hand on Garrett's shoulder, kind of like, you know, trying to communicate to, like, you know, ease back.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. He's telling the truth, you think?
Please.
Yes, Mr. Felt, I believe you.
So then you're not gonna tell him, won't you? I can keep it.
Oh, no, you don't get to keep it.
You can't keep it,
Yeah,
but
no.
I don't believe you're a murderer.
I would never have captured respect today. He saw us as equals. Or say he's dead, but I didn't. It was already dead when I got in there. I figured he just slipped and fell on, like, you know, a heavy wave. There were a few of those over the night. He's getting older. Figured he just smashed his head. Didn't know nothing about no poison. Come on now, there's... Can I keep some of the coin? Just enough to not have to come back on this fucking ship.
I think you're gonna get kicked off the ship regardless.
So let me have some coins so I can live.
That's between the first mate. That's not
It's not
Our
our
issue.
coin to give.
our coin to give. What do you know about Potts? Why would he disappear?
Pot, I don't know why he'd be disappearing. I mean, I thought everybody said that he was killed. Thrown overboard.
Well,
That's why we didn't find him.
Alright.
Oh, well, the away ship's still here.
Another
Not much else
fucking
to
dead end.
go to. Oh,
You don't know of any secret hideaways upon the ship, maybe somewhere if you don't want to be found.
look, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever happened, I mean, I was above deck most of the night. You can. He like tries to sit up like nervously and like snaps his fingers. You could ask your girl, Cassie, the one who's always sick. Ask her. I mean, I've been flirting with her like every night when I see her up. I was up all night. I mean, nothing. Nobody threw nothing overboard. I mean, the only thing I saw was fucking Molly. Last night he was dumping trash over all the leftovers from the food. That's all
Who
we
was
saw.
dumping trash?
Mr. Molly.
And we're back to the cook.
No, but he said Mr. Molly.
Marley.
Which
No.
Marley. Oh, Marley. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
Wait, what did he say he was doing? He was dumping food overboard?
he was dumping the trash overboard.
Yeah, all the leftovers that everything that we all eat. That's the only person who really came up.
He was the only person who came up.
I think so. Anyway, I mean, he does that most every night, though. Please, I can. Please, I don't want to. I don't want to die.
I think at this point, Street kind of reaches down and pats him on the shoulder. Not yet.
Mr. Harrow.
He
Around
comes
the
back
cor-
down slowly. Pistol still in his right hand. Yes, Mr. Garrett.
He doesn't know anything. He took it.
Took what?
He took the captain's coin. He took the box. But he doesn't know anything about the murder. He claims
What
the
of the
captain
manifest? Did he take that too?
It wasn't in his possessions
Oh,
when we went through it.
That's that book that a book that tells you whatever. Yeah, I tossed it so no one would find it. I threw it out a window. So no one would know what I stole.
Well, now we know what happened to the missing stuff.
Still don't know who killed who.
No. Our only lead is with Mr. Marlowe. He was the only other person who felt here saw on deck at the time who wasn't part of the night crew.
Guys, I know I'm passed out, but like, man, I'm so fucking proud that we nailed exactly what happened with the manifest. Like, we truly were like, okay,
My mind
definitely
was
somebody.
fucking blown when you guys put that together.
Yeah, I think that was Lee. I don't know, somebody who was like, somebody who can't read wouldn't know it wasn't in the manifest. That's fucking
100%
awesome.
Lee got the fucking 3-pointer, like, swoosh on that one.
I have done almost nothing tonight, but I got one thing.
That was a good one, damn. That's
Gee, maybe it's
crucial.
because my character's illiterate.
Lived experience, no substitute. Okay.
At this
I'm back to
point,
being done.
Mr. Harrow just grabs and just like motions you guys away and grabs grabs Felt by the arm and just pulls him up. Get up top. You're going to tell them what you did. We're going to let them decide what happens to you.
That being said, again, Mr. Harrow, we are very sure that he did not kill the captain.
Yes,
So I don't know if
understand,
that
but
will.
I have the
earn
utmost
him any
confidence in you still
leniency.
finding who it is.
Mhm.
You have the full resources of the Crimson Angler at your service. Find them. Today, I will not be sleeping with a murderer on board.
All right. I think we need a second to discuss. Maybe we should get Larkin, Kraid, find out what they. Did you have them check? They said they were missing a knife. Did you find out if that knife wound would have hit the captain's head, or if that was just the corner of the desk, or what? Frey and Mira.
I think it was the corner of the desk.
You think it was the corner of the
It
desk?
was bent a little.
Though we didn't speak with them about it.
Okay.
It is a loose end.
Is-
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, but we should discuss with them, see what they might know about the knife. I will. Are we near where the quartermaster's office is?
It's up to you're on the bottom. It's up to it's on it's on the third, so the third deck. So you're on the fourth deck right now.
Okay. Well, I will take the coins and the box, and I'll leave that with the quartermaster.
Meanwhile, as you guys head up, of course, it is Mr. Felt leading the way with at gunpoint, literally being pushed forward, and as you guys stop at the quartermaster's office, Mr. Felt reaches above deck, and as you do, you start to go in there to leave that, and you hear a shot ring out. Just a big...
Oh, fuck.
Rowan,
Well,
I'm dead.
from your slumber, you hear the sound of a gunshot ringing out, and it startles you awake.
Amazing. Is it from the deck?
It is coming from the deck.
I'm gonna head up there as quickly as possible.
Who else is down here right now?
Me?
Yeah, everyone else, I guess.
Yeah, everyone else is down here. So, like, as you start to sit up, it is,
I'm going to where Rohan is.
Yeah. As you sit up, Miss Buckley just wait. We don't know what's going on, but if I'm to gather right, it seems we found who stole from the captain, but not who killed him.
Okay.
Now you fucking relax. You don't need to be getting yourself killed, damned fool.
I'm gonna sit here and let death come to me anyway.
She gives you this this glare of condescension, and then always nice to see someone who's not gonna give up. And she stands up and helps you to your feet.
Yeah. You're a woman of action. I don't think you would sit here and let things happen to you either, so.
But on the other hand, I'm smart enough not to eat poison.
We know it's poison. But
And
I don't think Dr. Sophie Bell would have figured it out.
calling her a
I like
doctor is generous, to say the least. But you know what she is? She is competent.
I respect that. Just, I don't know if it would have been useful here. As I'm like hobbling up to the deck, leaning on her.
She gets you out of her room, and that is where you can see Garrett and the others making their way up.
Yeah, I definitely would have hustled as fast as possible to, like, see if there's someone that I need to throw off the deck or whatever because they're shooting people.
He got shot. I already know he got shot.
Ooh, me? Or...
No,
Felt.
Felt.
Yeah, probably. Well, let's go see.
You guys all make your way up. Rowan, you are still dizzy. You cannot run. You physically cannot run. You have to walk or you will fall over.
Fair enough.
But, you...
I think I, like, waved the others ahead of me, like, go as quickly as possible.
Frey will hang back with Rohan.
Okay. As you guys make your way up to the second deck, you can hear shouting from above. Now, I understand that one of you has killed our captain. Possibly Potts too. Maybe someone else did. I don't fucking know. But this man, Mr. Felt, decided to steal from our captain, and we are not going to let that go unnoticed. We spent some time as a privateer, and we did things a little differently than we do here in the sector for mercantile goods. So all of this merchant bullshit is going out the window while there is a murderer aboard this ship. Our captain is not here to find this or reel it in, so I'm going to be taking charge now. And he turns. Gentry! Strike Mr. Felt up. And he turns. Forsyth, bring me a knife. And as you guys get to the top, you can see that being strung up on one of the nettings, you can see a now shot in the leg and unable to stand Mr. Felt, who is now hanging upside down and off of the like the trawler netting on the port side of the ship. You can see where the first mate, Mr. Harrow, is walking towards him with a fairly rusty butcher's knife. Like a gutting knife, not a chopping knife.
Mira, like, has her hands over her mouth and is, like, staring at the rest of the group wide-eyed.
Are we all up here at this point?
Yeah. And at this point, he pauses. Miss Bell, chum the waters. Drop the fucking anchor.
I think I yell, like, what is this accomplishing?
We're going to make it very clear to everyone what happens when you try and commit any sort of mutiny aboard the Crimson Angle. The captain would never have let this stand, and neither will I. I'm not the captain. I am not our dear Mr. Whitlock, but I will tell you that I am Jonathan Harrow, and I will deal with this the way I see fit. Now let me make this also clear. You are still going to find the person who did this, correct?
Of course.
Over the course of the next few minutes, anchor is dropped and the ship comes to a standstill. He motions, and one of the crew members lifts it so that Mr. Felt is being hung upside down, and Mr. Harrow grabs the knife and just begins making surface-level cuts on his arms and body.
I think I'm gonna approach and just, like, grab his arm and, like... I think Garrett probably can, like, hear that for once, like, Rowan truly does not have any plan. Like, not even in the sense of, like, oh, fuck it, like, I'll see what happens if I do this. Just, like, I'm just walking up, like, this, I feel like we gotta do something here. Just, like, I think I, like, just sort of gently put my hand on his arm and just, like, I think maybe we're reacting to something else here. I think there's a murderer loose, and I think this man who has stolen some coin is maybe not the issue, and I think...
I would be one to agree, but this man did decide to... What if those precious moments, perhaps half an hour, were the difference between us catching the killer and not?
I understand, but I think if you look at him
I will
right
not be
now,
aboard a ship that disrespects its captain.
I think he shouldn't be aboard the ship, but I don't think that this is gonna help. And I think maybe
I think
the
this
best
will make
message
it.
you can send...
This will scare the. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
This will scare the murderer, but not in a way we want.
I think maybe the best message you can send here is that the people aboard this ship trust each other, and that people who you can't trust aren't welcome aboard this ship. I think this punishment and inflicting pain is maybe... I respect you and your authority here. I won't stop you from doing whatever you want to do, but I think less than
This is
than
not
it being
inflicting
about
pain.
cooking.
This man is being put to death for treason against the captain.
I think that what's worse than what you're doing to him is what this says about what kind of people you and your crew members are. And I think
Make
that
no mistake, the crew are not part of this. This is me. This is me making sure that everyone understands what has happened now that someone has decided to turn on our captain.
Do you want your crew members to comply based on fear, or because they are a member of your crew?
I want them to comply based on respect for the captaincy of the ship that I am aboard. And that is an expectation we do
someone
not
with this?
have now. Lower the damned
you-
rope! He slits another one across the Mr. Felt's chest.
Would you
This
respect
is-
someone who did this?
This is
turns
a
back to
brutal way
you.
to do this, but they would. Military executions are a thing. And this is something that would be equivalent to that on this boat. I don't necessarily. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest, but this is martial law. The captain, and in this case the first mate, Mr. Harrow, who becomes the captain, he is God, for lack of a better word. His word is law. And
Make no mistake, Mr. Garrett. I am no god and my word is not law, and I will see that I will probably be removed from my position as soon as we reach port. Lord Ashcombe is not one to have interest in such trivialities as this, but if he wishes to hire an entire new crew, just keep on, Miss Buckley. That is not for me to decide. What I'm here to decide is that no one should be working against the captain when we are at sea. We can argue, bitch, bicker, and... He just shakes his head in fury. We can argue, bitch, bicker, and fight until we are bloody and dying on shore. But the minute that anchor is weighed, the minute we are away from a dock, the captain's word is law. And when people start going against that, when people start working into their own interests, that is how you end up dead. Pirates, Umbraei, whatever the fuck it is out here. Murderers. I'm angry because not just one man turned on our captain. Someone killed him, but now someone else wishes to steal from a dead man? A dead man with a wife and a family that he can't provide for.
I think I turn to the rest of the crew. I assume they're all out here and watching.
Yeah, everyone's been topside since you guys started the interrogation.
Yeah, I think I turned to them and like and just kind of call out like so bad. But I think I'm just gonna call out like, who here thinks it would be a good idea to go against the captain?
No one raises their hand. No one says anything. It is silence.
I think I turned back to Harrow and I'm like, if anybody thought so before, they certainly don't think so now.
You can see now that where the waters are chummed, there are sharks circling.
Of course. I think I don't even look at Phil. I'm just making eye contact with Harrow. Because, like, I know that, like, an appeal to Harrow's a person or whatever is not going to work here. I think I'm just, like...
All right, give me a charisma convince.
Yeah, what I'm great at. Do I get a +1 because Garrett's helping?
I wasn't helping.
You're
Garrett
right.
was arguing against
He
you.
was actively
Yeah,
working
correct.
against you.
That's
Garrett,
true.
Garrett called Harrow
I got a
God.
-1.
Basically, but no, in the military, like for something like this, in a
there's
situation like this, yeah.
There's a
No,
momentary
that's very
pause.
fair.
He produces a pistol and hands it to you. Of 10 seconds before we lower the rope. And motions towards Mr. Feld.
I mean, I'm not gonna do it. I think I just hand it back to him and say, if this is what you choose to do, then I think that's your decision and you deal with the consequences of that. I don't.
Very well. Does anyone else wish to see that Mr. Felt? And he just turns, holding the pistol handle side out. Anyone else wish to see Mr. Felt, who has disrespected our captain and his family, see a quick and painless death? He turns to the party as well, offering it to each of you.
I'll take it.
As you do, the rest of you see Cassie walking up behind Garrett to take it as well, before Garrett's able to grab it.
Holy
If
shit.
this man is going to die, there's no point in drawing it out. Making big scene of it. You've proven your point, what happens here and what people need to do. And with that, I'll just shoot him as close to the heart as I can.
Cassie just gives a very somber nod from behind and turns back to where she was going, where she was sitting before.
I think Mira, like, grabs Frey's arm really hard. Probably
As the
harder
shot
than she means to,
rings
honestly.
Mr. Harrow leans over and just cuts the rope loose, and the limp, bleeding out, lifeless body of Mr. Felt falls into the water, and you hear splashing as sharks start to go crazy eating it.
Ray definitely flinches at the sound of that gunshot, and at Mira's suddenly grip on his arm, and he will grip her arm in return, looking away from the scene.
Weigh anchor. We need to leave. There's more to do. He turns back to you, Frey. Mr. Frey, you and your compatriots have a murderer to find.
Yes.
You will, of course, be paid handsomely for any more indiscretions or issues that you come across.
Yes, whoever it is, we'll find them. We have to. And he does look at Rohan at that. How is Rohan, like, looking physically?
I mean,
I guess
I
that's the
don't know
question.
about-
Did he put his glamour back up?
oh, good question.
Rowan looks
Uh,
great.
No, I I think probably not. I think he's probably like, of all the things to be focusing on right now, this is not it. But I also think like probably he looks nauseous more because of what just happened more than like the poison or anything anyway. Just of like, Jesus Christ, this is upsetting.
Garrett's
So,
just
I think-
talking to the chef? We're going to talk to the chef again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think for what it's worth, this is probably the most like affected Frey has seen Rohan is like I think Rohan definitely does not of all things does not like I don't know, like he doesn't like when people punch down basically. I think and it's just I think that is stringing somebody up and killing them whatever is like not what he's about.
So, you guys head back below deck and this time bring Mr. Marley with you. The cook.
I'll have given the gun back to Mr. Harrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not keeping the pistol.
I know.
But it also, Garrett's just kind of like stone-faced at all of this, and all Rohan's picking up through the earring is just like determination, essentially. Kind of, Garrett's kind of shut down a little bit inside, and just like there's almost like a wall-ish.
Yeah. Full on soldier mode.
Yeah.
I think Rohan probably takes the earring out actually, because and not because like he's upset with Garrett or anything. I think Garrett probably gets the sense that Rohan is like I don't know, in his own head and feeling like I don't know, kind of almost like revulsion, but not at Garrett, just kind of like the whole thing. And
The situation.
it's probably just like I don't need to put this on Garrett or whatever. This is my deal.
Frey. It's actually a question, I guess, it would be for Rowan and Frey, or I guess Ronnie and Arsh. How much do you guys feel your characters would actually know about piracy, the sea, the politics beyond that?
Frey would know very little about piracy in general. Like, most of his trips on the ocean have been like luxury trips with his patrons when they were like going on vacation.
Yeah. So, okay, that's what I thought. I feel like Rowan would probably have a little bit more.
Yeah, I would imagine that like he's never been on the receiving end. Like pirates are not attacking the navy or whatever, but
you
know,
have been
I'm
given
sure
a
he's,
debrief
like-
and things like that.
yeah, exactly.
I would
Maybe
like
he's, like,
you to
taking
give
some
me
down.
an int no.
Okay.
Oh, that's ideal. There is a tattoo on the left hand of, like, right at the wrist of the first mate. It is of what looks like it's like a sigil of a upside down, like an inverted triangle with a 5-pointed star below it. It is encapsulated in a rectangle. While you don't recognize the what exactly that is, you do know that crews banished from the Vassal Barrier Islands are essentially forced to be tattooed with the crew they were banished by, never to come back.
What islands was that?
The Vassal Barrier Islands, which is where you know, piracy really exists at.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember if anyone else was there for that, but yeah, they're. I think you were telling me about it when you were talking about the map, but there's this whole like island chain off the west of Alisir, and one of the main ones is called or has like Fort Hall.
Halid,
It's supposed to be, Halid is supposed to be off of it. And the pirates basically took it over.
Yeah, essentially there's something that is often referred to as a pirate king, though that's very much a misnomer. And essentially when pirate crews are banished, their options are get killed or get a tattoo of your flag, so that you will always be known that if you ever show up on the islands again, you will be killed.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that also commonly ends with them, you know, being stuck without a home because it's well known in Alasir. Like, that's something that is often looked for by the NSO, things like that. Many of them just end up in the Kayagol prison when they get captured by Gratian ships, things like that. So often they become very nomadic and things like that. But
Okay. Interesting that Whitlock, I mean, I guess probably Ashcombe. I guess, do we know who is the one who is, like, in charge of who is in the crew? Is it Whitlock or is it Ashcombe?
it seems like a combination. Like, Ashcomb's the one paying for everything, but Whitlock seems to be, you know, HR, essentially.
Right. Okay. So Whitlock would have been the one who, like, brought Harrow on board. Or,
Probably.
like, at least
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting that he was cool with that, I guess, but yeah. Okay. Interesting. Good to know. Yikes.
But anyway, so you guys do head back below deck with the cook. Lovely
Yes.
Mr. Marley. And he comes down and just... So what are we doing now? What exactly happens next?
Who has access to the knives and stuff in your kitchen?
Oh, everybody. I mean, it's not like we lock it.
Okay. Would you have seen, or would Lark or Kraid have seen someone go back there?
I mean, maybe, but...
Maybe.
I mean, even when we're not there, you know...
One of your
We go
knives
through
is
and-
missing.
When they get lost all the time, they'll probably turn up. Probably one fisherman was, you know, trying to chum the waters, caught a bunch of stuff, and had to cut it up.
Now, I don't know the best way to phrase this. That's me. That's not Garrett.
I guess I want to ask, can you remember can you remind us of the last time you saw Potts again?
Oh yeah, at dinner last night, they were sitting eating with I don't fucking remember. Maybe Mr. Carpenter.
And when they left, did you see which direction they went?
Probably to bed, but I wasn't really watching. I was already cleaning, you know, dishes and things by
Carpenter's
then.
not on the list.
What?
Carpenter's not on the list.
Yeah. I guess one other thing. We did hear somebody mention that you were that you threw out some, you know, food waste, trash.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
every night after I'm done, I throw everything else out. I got a cart bring up. It's got, you know. He kind of motions, like, you know, he's like, I'll show you if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I guess, you know, we were also just wondering if you happened to see anybody when you were up there or anything like that. I'm sure you would have mentioned, but
No, I mean, I was getting ready to go to bed at that point. I was half asleep, really. I mean, you can even see, he, like, holds up his hand, and you can see where, he has like a bandage wrapped around his thumb. I actually nicked my thumb last night. I was so tired.
okay. And okay. And when you were, I would love to see the cart that you mentioned. When you were throwing out the trash and stuff, that's like fish carcasses and things like that, I'm assuming?
Yeah, all you know, the food waste, everything left over too that wasn't in the pot, you just kind of dump it back, and then if there's anything real gross, you just throw it in with the cart and dump it over the side.
Sure. For Robert, is he wearing earrings?
He is not.
His ears aren't pierced, I'm guessing then?
No,
that
they're
would be
not.
one way to figure everything out quickly.
I already used my spell slots for the day, so I'm trying to like I either have to stall for a day or we can just get this guy to put in an earring, but it's
Mira
a
could
much
cast
harder
Fist.
spell if you use it. What?
Mira could just cast Fist.
I feel like this guy's not gonna come clean, but yeah, I guess maybe can he show us the cart or whatever he was talking
Yeah,
about?
he brings you down, and you can see where he has so it's like a large like U style set of countertops, and in the middle, on the middle one that connects the other two, on the right hand side there is what is literally a barrel where it looks like they sawed off the top of it, and then they like hammered and nailed on everything to essentially turn it into like a wheelbarrow, literally made of a barrel. And it smells fucking putrid. Like, there is so much like dried and stained blood on that thing.
Yeah, there'd be no way to tell.
Yeah.
I asked Frey, would you be able to tell
What you
if
mean tell?
this had been used to cart Mr. Potts' body?
Frey looks at Garrett, and then at the cart.
You can touch the outside of it. Or the handles. Maybe the
I mean,
handles.
you can see where like some of it seeps through. This is not a watertight cart.
Well, but the handles wouldn't be all yucky, would they?
I mean, he cleans fish and then throws them in there and then pulls it.
Oh.
The entire thing's disgusting.
Frey. There's definitely tension flowing through him at the moment, but he will step forward and very hesitantly reach out and touch the side, like the top edge of the thing.
Wherever
A
it's
single
clear.
finger.
The pinky.
Does
A
it look
pinky
like
fingernail.
You get this feeling of intense regret that comes off of it from someone who feels they betrayed a friend.
Yep.
Well, that'll do it.
Frey draws back and says, "Yes, yes."
He like stares at you a little bit and like scratches the side of his head and then starts picking his nose, waiting for you to say what you're trying to say.
Frey will look at him and say, "Really? How could you sleep after that?
What?
After what
I'm
you
gonna
did?"
bracelet the gladius to me, the sword. I do like,
Oh, like,
Shit.
can I grab him?
You're trying to grab the chef?
yeah,
Isn't that what Frey is implying?
yeah.
All we know is that there was a body in the cart.
And yet,
Come on.
Rowan has just bamfed a sword to him, and now Vacamir's got tackle. All right.
I'm not gonna tackle him. I'm just gonna.
This man
No.
is the chef and also was the person who threw garbage over his side.
give me a strength
So-
punch.
I don't want to punch him.
No, that's the skill you use for
Yeah.
grappling.
Okay.
You run up and just start like he tries shoving you off. He's like, what's going on here?
I'm just gonna hold his arms behind him, I guess.
You were seen obviously throwing everything out last night, and we'll have to
Oh
check
well, yeah,
and see.
dump it every. not...
This wagon was used to throw out the body of Potts, Mr. Potts.
What, you mean last... I didn't know. No, last night I heard... last night I didn't dump everything. I went to bed and had... I heard, you know, Miss Craig dump it.
You had Kraid dump it?
Yeah, I heard Miss Craig dump everything last night. I went to bed kind of early. Like I said, I was tired and I nicked my finger. He, like, tries to motion towards it while also, like, being pushed back against a wall by the much smaller Mira.
Belt told us it was
Green
you.
sighs, turns around, and
Hold
just
on.
goes, I'm going to get Craig.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get Kraid. Who was it who brought the Rohan, who told you that the knife was missing? Was that Lark?
Both Lark and Kraid.
Both Lark and Kraid.
Said that they were. Yeah, they looked at it together and came and told me. Yeah. Street,
So you're-
maybe you should bring them both. Honestly.
No, one at a
Yeah, I'll
time.
get him. I'll
Sure,
get
but we can
Craig
like keep 'em-
first.
Sure.
Yeah, let's get Kraid first. Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. If you're honest about this, you're gonna sit there. We're gonna just let you go, it's fine. Well, when it comes in,
Look, no,
we're gonna ask...
trust me. Miss Craig, she, like I said, I had her dump everything last night. Because I was so tired. So, just...
You're gonna just stay here for now. That's...
He's still trying to struggle against Mira.
Stop it!
No! How are you so strong? Fuck, no! This is unlawful. You're just trying to... This is just you being scared. This is like you guys said, you're just all scared of Mr. Arrow now and want to find somebody,
No,
pin it on him
I'll
so you
let
don't
you
get
go
killed
if
next.
you're innocent.
Your
just
man
got
up there
pitted on
just
someone.
chummed a dude. So I think unlawful is not the argument that is.
He
gonna
like
work
tries
here.
bellowing his voice out as much as he can. I knew this was gonna happen. I just got pin it on the first person I can find so Mr. Arrow doesn't string him up too.
I'll let you go if you're innocent. Stop it!
I'm just imagining just Mira just bopping him on the... Stop it, just bop!
Yeah.
No, she's not gonna hit him. She's just
No.
trying to make
not
him.
like not like a hit, but like, you know,
chill.
like when the dog's being bad, you just give him a little...
A moment later, you come down with Miss Craig.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And she just like, oh, what is this all about?
Does Kraid have earrings?
She does not.
God damn it! How many people in this world have ears pierced? God damn it!
It's almost like they're poor.
Yeah. Kraid, did you empty out the food trash last night?
No, I didn't. I never do. That's always Mr. Riley's job. Molly always does that.
Perfect.
I can't. I'm not really big enough or strong enough to get it up the stairs.
Turn back to Marley and raise an eyebrow.
That's some fucking bullshit. And you know, but like I said, I mean, Craig, you need to tell them they're gonna pin it on one of us. They just want to make sure Mr. Arrow's happy and pays them. That's what this is. They were afraid of being scared. Now they're scared.
Oh, this isn't about pay at all. See,
That's some bullshit,
However-
and you know it. And he calls out again, bellowing, "They're just trying to pin it on somebody! I'll kill every one of you before they let anything happen!" Miss
How
Craig
does-
just
how
backs
does-
up a couple of steps, looking at you, a little concerned.
so
Buddy,
here's the thing.
I'm
Kraid.
poisoned right now,
Yeah.
so I have a pretty low incentive to pretend somebody who didn't do this did it. I'm really looking for an antidote here. So if you want to help yourself, maybe not die, first thing you can do. How do I stop being?
I don't
dead?
know,
How do
because I
stop-
didn't do this. I'll never poison the captain.
Who did you betray?
I didn't betray nobody. What are you talking about?
Did
What
did Frey technically tell us that the bowl had that sense of...
Nope, he did
This
not tell you what
person- okay.
emotions he got.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I guess like I turned to Frey like, you know, what is? Seems like you know what was on his mind.
Ray, maybe. I mean, Happy and Molly were up there all night. Did they? Maybe they saw who was throwing out everything.
You can ask him.
Kraid just
This
kind of
way,
from back on the other side. It's always Mr. Morley. We're too weak, me and Locke. We're both too weak. We can't lift that shit. It's too heavy. He loads it full before he takes it out. He does.
I mean, that is what Felt told us as well, was that it was Marley. But you know, if Cassie or Molly can confirm, then that's one more person who can corroborate. So maybe we should ask them.
This is bullshit. Let me go, please.
Even
I
if
don't
you
wanna die
are
from
innocent,
some horrible hunt for your coin and survival.
even if
That's
you
not what
are
we're doing.
innocent, even if you are innocent, you must see how the evidence we have right now makes it look like you're not innocent. So the best thing you can do is to cooperate and tell us anything you know that can help us figure it out.
I'll ask Miss Kraid to take everything out last night because I was tired and nicked myself and it hurt my head. Couldn't pull the barrel at all.
All right, whatever. I'm gonna head upstairs and ask Cassie and Molly if they saw. I feel like I'm too annoyed by listening to this guy.
Yeah,
speak.
Molly, like as Cassie's getting ready to talk, Molly just... yes, it was the large fat cook that was coming up every night, it's him. He smells of rotten fish and it is horrible. That reminds me of my worst days. Can we just kill him and be done with it?
Well, if we can't prove that it was him, then we're just gonna be added to the list of murderers. So we need evidence first.
And let me do it.
It doesn't look like it's him. No, stay here.
Need the antidote.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that also is I'm poisoned. So I do need him to ideally tell me what I've been poisoned
So,
with. But
Rowan went up. Did anyone else go up with Rowan?
I'm holding a man.
Alright.
I'm staying there with him. Yeah.
Frey?
Yeah,
Streak?
Frey stayed down as well.
Alright, did Streak go up?
I was thinking I was probably blocking the door in case Krates tried to run.
Okay.
yeah.
The skinniest guy in front of the door.
Oh, look, come on. We can make a deal here. We can make a deal out of this. You know I'm not guilty. I know I'm not guilty. You just get me to land. Let me, not even. Just let me have the. Just let me go on the little away ship. Let me take the little boat. I'll paddle back to shore. We can't be that far. I can make it 40 miles.
Captain wasn't the target, was he? You weren't trying to kill the captain. He was an accident. You were after Potts, weren't you?
No. Potts wasn't supposed to die.
Then who
No?
was?
Forsyth. Mr. Forsyth was supposed to die.
Why?
I don't know. I was... Look, we was in Arbor for so long. I spent a lot of time gambling. Owed a lot. We were playing dice and I owed a lot. And then... Look, I was gonna pay him back and... So, the other night at the bar, somebody stole my coin purse. And... I just... After that, I didn't have the coin.
Who asked you to do this?
Somebody, one of the enforcers, for one of the gambling people I work for. I owed a lot of coin to him and it said Forsyth had to die. I said,
What,
they
do you
said
have
just,
an antidote?
oh, they handed me a vial so slip it in his food. And I'll be forgiven. It can kill him over a few days. Slow, make it look like you just got sick eating bad food.
So what happened to Potts then?
I thought later that night, they came up. I already knew I fucked up. I knew I fucked up right quick. Police came up and they knew. They came up to me. I think they were gonna try and, blackmail me or something, and I think they knew. Must have saw me doing something, I don't know. I couldn't let it go down like this. You see what a fucking maniac Mr. Arrow is. I'm the silent spots. I can't go through that. I made it quick. I made it quick.
That's why the knife's missing.
It got chipped in half doing a stab. I just left it with the body while I threw it over.
Miss Crade, would you be willing to go get Mr. Forsyth and bring him here?
She gives a nod and looks to Streak to move. As at this point, Rowan starts coming down. Rowan, who were you bringing with you? Who'd you go up to get?
I think I was just asking Cassie and Molly if, if it was me. Yeah.
So as you make your way down, Miss Crade is making her way up
Okay.
and walks right past you, with the tensions very high now down at the third deck.
Yeah. I think I give her a bit of an eyebrow raise, but just walk down, just
She is incredibly nervous and sweaty and runs past you.
yeah. Okay. I think I will come down and I don't know, look at the others did I miss something?
Well, if Mr. Marlowe promises to relax and take a seat, we'll stop holding him. I think that would be fair now that we've
Okay.
learned what we've learned. Let's see if we can get this.
He falls to the ground, just sitting there up against the cabinet.
I'll let him go.
A moment later, Miss Crade comes back down with Mr. Forsyth.
In the meantime, I'll explain to Rohan that, what we found out while he was upstairs.
I think Rohan is a little bit just can't believe I did all this work and they solved it when I wasn't in the room, but fine. Okay, fine.
If you had your earring in, you would have known.
I know.
Okay. Well, since you didn't get to solve it, would you like to start
No.
questioning Mr.
No,
Fr-
you
okay.
got it. It's
All right.
fine.
And
Mr. Forsyth.
he comes down, a very old gentleman, 50s, 60s, kind of very sun-bleached face. Seems like he's really had the last few years beat the hell out of him. And he just, what is it?
Wait a minute. Is this the same Mr. Forsyth who worked with Deal?
Oh. Holy shit, no way.
The same one who worked with who was on that temple job with Mira? Or not temple job.
Is it?
What a fun little 1 second.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the list.
They just remembered that was a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, hearing that this guy's super
But no, that
old
guy's name
and,
was Senstro.
Oh, that was
Okay,
sensitive.
yes.
Okay.
I want to double check. I was I hope I didn't double name these people, but no. This guy's name is Forsyth, that guy's name was Senstro.
Okay. Why would someone want to kill you?
I don't know. Wait, are you saying... Is this the man who...
Don't look at
Mr.
him.
Marley!
Don't
No.
look at Mr. Marley. There was a man back in Fortuna's soul who seemed to want you dead. He was in charge of a gambling establishment. And essentially, certain debts were called due.
I spent some time in my younger years working for a company that did some fixer work. Perhaps they wanted revenge.
Wouldn't happen to be Deal, would it?
He doesn't wince at the name, but he does look away for a second. It was.
Just hear Streak hiss quietly.
Well, we know how they work, so you're not.
I've been retired the better part of 2 decades. I didn't
Never
like that
retire.
work. I hated it, but we got out on very good terms. I left about the same time. I found my replacement, Mr. something or other. I don't remember his name, but he worked
Christoph?
with. No, I do remember he was a good chap. That one, Mr. Christoph. How is he? Hope
Not
he's
so
doing well these days.
Yeah.
I think you definitely see Ron's face is going. "Ew." Okay.
Well, all right. Who was the proprietor of this gambling establishment? Marley.
Marley.
I'm sorry, I keep calling Marlowe from
I know.
Marley and
Yeah,
Harlow.
but no, he just Harrow. just-
Exactly.
I don't. I don't know who the proprietor was. I just did some gambling, and I owed a lot of money to what's his name? Lord Turrington, I think was his name. Lord Marcus Turrington. Marky
Is that
he went by.
Does that ring any bell with Forsyth?
He doesn't seem to.
All right.
Well, we did it. We found him.
Yeah.
Please, I never wanted any of this. I was a dead man otherwise, and it's the fourth time you say it yourself. You could take the fall for this. You know, I mean, you must feel guilty for doing bad things. I don't want
Wait,
to.
so-
Marley, not right now. We'll get back to you.
Wait, I do want to be clear. So, okay, we know what happened to Potts. I can understand that, what's his name? Whitlock must have gotten the same stew and taken and eaten the poison. But what
It
happened?
was an accident.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, makes sense.
was an
I was
accident.
just wondering
Yeah,
what happened to the wound, but he
He
just
already
fell into
had
his
one
head.
that he was planning on giving to Forsyth, but Whitlock grabbed it after leaving the first one.
Yeah, I
Right,
just wasn't
and-
sure why, what the wound in his head was, but he really did just fall into
He
his
really did
Yep.
just fall on his head.
head. Okay, fair enough.
Well, Mr. Forsyth, having worked for Deal, you wouldn't happen to have any kind of backup plan in case someone tried to poison you?
No, like I said, we left on good terms. I did good work, was well respected there, and they knew I didn't enjoy it, but eventually I retired. I've nothing to worry about there. I don't think this would ever come back to me.
Streak
So here's-
snorts.
So here's the conundrum.
At
Marley
this point,
killed
you
Potts.
hear footsteps coming down, heavy footsteps. coming down to this deck.
Is it a Harrow?
You do see Mr. Harrow at the end of the hall, making his way towards you. And he bellows out. You can see he has now behind him more footsteps, and you see Mr. Gentry and who else with him at this point? Mr. Gentry and it looks like Miss Buckley and Mr. Stone. All of them also wielding guns right now. All pulled out.
Okay.
And, Miss Craig made it clear that you have apparently found a would-be killer. Why have you not brought him above deck yet?
Because we were trying to see if he had, or if his target had some form of antidote to help our friend, but apparently they do not.
My condolences, but nonetheless, he kind of turns, Mr. Molly, it's time for you to become one with the salt. And he just like looks to you guys pleadingly and just mouths, "Please help me," to like each of you. Mostly to Mira and Frey, who I assume seem the most shaken up by all this.
Yeah, they are.
Please. I didn't have a choice.
You absolutely did have a choice.
I was a dead man.
Yeah, now there are 2 others. 3, depending on how my next PRs go.
Fusa,
Or
piece of shit.
there's 4 others.
And they walk up to you and they just motion for you guys to move silently.
I move.
I guess so. I mean, there's not really anything else I can do. Plus, he killed 2 people, and another guy died, and...
Yeah. I think if we're gonna let the person who stole some money die, then this guy has it. This guy earned his own fate.
They drag him kicking and screaming as he begs you guys to help him. The last thing you hear as he gets up to the second deck is just, "Please, please, please, we can make this work. We can make this work." And then just like you hear a backhand and then nothing for a moment. And then, are you guys heading up topside or no?
Fuck no.
Nah. I'm chilling.
I'll go topside.
You can see on the second deck where the cannons are set. One of them has been pulled back, and they're tying a rope to him, tying him to the cannon.
They're gonna roll the cannon into the... Or are they just gonna roll a cannonball?
They're gonna shoot through him.
Also known as becoming one with the salt.
Mm-hmm.
They tie him so that he is facing out past the open cannon, where the cannon would stick out, opening it completely. And his body is stuck to the cannon. The first mate, Mr. Harrow, holds a flame to the fuse. Most of the crew looking on, if not from right here, then from the upper deck where the main grate to allow for easy access to this deck is.
Does Molly have good viewing? From the...
Yes, they let her go.
Where she's tied to... Oh,
no,
let her
they
go.
let her go, yeah. Molly is front and center for this. And you can see standing directly behind her, gritting her teeth, and with holding her arm very tightly, holding Molly's arm very tightly, Cassie. Any last words? You fucking traitor to your captain and your kin, Mr. Molly. And he just tries turning around, still unable to. Do not look to us. Look to your future. Look to the salt. You will be one. Very shortly. And finally he just... This wasn't me. It was never supposed to be me. I didn't do this. This was just them. Mr. Frey and his crew just found a scapegoat in me. That was never enough. And you hear the fuse light, and a moment later, everyone's standing back. There's a... And silence echoes through the ship as spatters of blood and guts hit around the edge of the hull, and the majority of his chest goes flying out of the side of the ship. Dump the rest of it like he dumped poor Mr. Potts. He turns to find you, Garrett. Mr. Garrett, I appreciate the work that you and your crew have done for me and mine. And he holds a hand out to shake yours.
I will shake his hand. I will say, I wish things could have been different. It could have turned out differently, but it turned out how it had to be.
We will spend a day in port at... we will spend a day at port at Merrymore Docks, see if you can find something to at least slow this poison for your friend, Mr. Rowan.
Thank you.
Perhaps just an
appreciate
afternoon.
it.
We will see how the time comes. I'll speak with the navigators. And as the ringing of that first cannon shot in years aboard the Crimson Angler goes off, no matter how far away you are, it seems to echo defiantly into your mind. It is heartbreaking and frustrating finding all of this death in a place where you thought you couldn't. The last grasps of Vreeland still holding on. Have you really gotten away from them? Is this really the end of guild politics and warfare? Is your time aboard the Crimson Angler better or worse for having dealt with this? We will find out next time, because for now, we will be ending tonight's session. What a fucking session it was.
It's great. We got to solve a murder mystery.
Holy
I'm happy.
Fuck. That ran a
If
little
I
late.
die, I'm
My bad. Oh boy.
I gotta go to bed.
I
Good
just
night.
looked at the time. I had no idea.
Have a good night. That was also slightly our
Oh,
fault
God.
for getting stalled.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I said the Frey thing would have made a lot of difference. It would have meant you could have figured out that it was poisoning and he fell over immediately at the beginning. But
Yeah.
yeah, I hope you enjoyed the amount of MacGuffins and things like that in there.
The
I feel
complete
good- I
jewel
feel-
theft subplot. Sorry.
No, I feel good. I feel like I did pretty good.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah,
like you did pretty good.
You did really good.
I even thought I mean, like, not to brag, I'm just like in hindsight, knowing how everything went, it's like, oh wow, even like asking Larkin Craig to go check out all this stuff was like pretty on point. I was like, okay.
I'm happy. It means I did a decent job building the murder mystery.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really enjoy the bait and switch of someone coming upon murder and just stealing from it.
Yeah,
It happens.
absolutely.
Oh god.
It-
what a-
it
I'm
is-
gonna go to bed too, so night, guys.
Hold
Yeah.
on, hold on. Let me ask instead. Do we level up?
Welcome to level 4, baby!
Oh my god.
Thank you.
I almost
Jesus.
forgot. I almost Alex. Everyone give Alex a cookie because I would have forgotten.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I will give you my address. You can put them right in my mailbox.
You
Amazing.
got an insomnia cookie nearby? We'll DoorDash that.
It's only 10:30. You can there's a McD's less than half a mile from my house.
McDonald's too expensive.
Why would you want McDonald's cookies?
I don't know, because it's the fucking closest thing.
I need to go get some food. I'm very hungry and it's 12:30. Okay.
What a fucking
night.
session! Holy shit, you guys!
Absolutely.
Night, y'all.
Yeah.
Good night,
Good
friends.
Until next time.